east, generally east, kind of going northeast right now. And this curves back around. Generally tracks to the southeast over time. You see the warm sector just to my right to the south. Moving east here on Highway 100, Central Tennessee. Inside the tornado watch box now. It goes until 6 p.m. Central Time. I'm right on the edge here of the cold air and the line of storms and the warm sector, which is just to my east-southeast. So I'm trying to get east right now, get into that warm sector. Watching some cells starting to develop in northern Mississippi, and they're making their way up towards me here in Tennessee. So my plan is to keep blasting here to the east, out towards Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, and if those storms should go tornadic and mature, try and intercept them somewhere out here to the east in the next hour or two. So I'm watching those storms move up to me on the radar. Hopefully I can make it. They're moving pretty quick, so we'll see what happens here. Now there's another strong cell just to my back behind me here in the southwest. It's riding this boundary. Warm sector. Cold air behind it. Winter storms, just a few hours. I just came through Omaha and they're getting winter storm warning is there now. Winter storm in progress. Poor cell service through here. Got my eye on that warm sector just to myself. See the base of the storms over there. Could even get a tornado spin up on these storms here, so keeping my eye on them, not out of the question. Those cells in Mississippi are looking good. Blasting east here in Tennessee, southeast of Jackson. Good. That are generally coming up in my direction. So that's kind of what I'm targeting. I'm trying to get east, downstream of those cells so I can intercept those cells once they mature. One cell right now near Saltillo and Marietta. The storms are looking good. They're coming up into Tennessee. It's just a matter of whether I can get east fast enough to them or not. Tornado watch here is in effect until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Such bad cell service through here. Pretty sure I recognize this intersection. I've been here before. Chasing storms. Totally bad this intersection. Let's do the heavy stuff now. Hopefully into the warm sector. A lot of trees here. Dropped into the warm sector here, finally. Oh, we just hit it. The windows are fogged up. Moving into the warm air, I think. Oh yeah. I gotta move north. Tennessee River Bridge. This just gets me, now I can go back towards the southeast. South into that warm sector right there. South, it's mostly east, southeast, the warm sector. Can you guys on YouTube still see the screen, or is it black? Chat is I just logged in on my other phone and I see that chat's coming through now. It's just me.
Hey y'all, meteorologist Erica Lopez. We're kicking off 2020 on how 2021 ended with active weather all across the southeast. We're watching an enhanced risk of severe weather. We're also having tornado watches already in place. A couple tornado warnings have already been issued all across the southeast as well. And we have full team coverage. Our storm chaser Aaron Jack is out in the field and he's chasing in Tennessee. And we also have meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who's in Huntsville, Alabama this afternoon, and he's watching the severe weather for us this afternoon as well. So we'll actually go out to our meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who's out, like I said, in Huntsville, Alabama, to give us a quick update on what he's seeing, what his thinking is for tonight's severe weather, and then we'll go into giving you an update on the timing and then exactly where these other areas where you could see this severe weather. So we'll give it to our meteorologist Matthew Capucci. Hope you're staying safe out there this evening, and give us just a quick update on what you're seeing out there this afternoon.
Hey, and hi guys from, where am I? Tanner Crossroads, Alabama, where right now actually we're getting sunshine, which is kind of interesting considering the fact that we're dealing with a potential significant severe weather event. Now, I want to take you outside, show you what's going on right now, all over the place. Perfectly clear skies. We call this self-destruct sunshine because the more the sun pours down and heats the ground, the better the chance of higher end severe weather this afternoon. Now, we're forecasting multiple things to occur. First, we think there's going to be a couple discrete, low, and isolated supercells. The question, though, how many do we get? At the mid-levels of the atmosphere, about 10,000 feet up, we have a layer of warm air. We call that the capping inversion, and that's tamping down surface parcels and preventing them from rising. That's working against severe weather. That said, if that breaks a little bit, it'll allow 1 or 2, maybe 3 or 4 storms to form, and suddenly those will be the ones that will be most intense. So that's what we're watching, that's what we're forecasting, especially considering the fact we are heating the ground a lot right now. We're already seeing some clouds start to go up. That one over there, there was one over here a few moments ago, and those will eventually start to rise later on today. Now, as they get taller, they'll start feeling the effects of the jet stream. The jet stream is very strong. You up about 40,000 feet. It's
Feel free to
close
put up my
150 miles per
graphics
hour. That change of wind speed direction with height will ultimately result in rotating thunderstorms.
Like
the
on
question
the
is
side.
still storm mode. We know along the cold front there will be a squall line. That'll move into Mississippi and eventually northwestern Alabama, central
I'm just
Tennessee,
gonna go
around 5, 6, 7 o'clock tonight, and eventually push eastwards from there. Ahead of that, that's where we're forecasting that narrow window, narrow corridor for a couple of these supercells to form. A couple other things I want to
The WSI
Right
graphic.
now, I'm at the Swan Creek Manufacturing Home and RV. You might wonder why I'm here.
I would put it up now
Well,
with the
Tanner
two-shot.
Crossroads was hit by 2 F5s in 1 hour back on April 3rd, 1974.
I like how,
during the
can you do
super
it like how you had it
outbreak. They
earlier
were also
with
hit back in
me and
2011
him,
on April
like that
27th
box?
by the other super outbreak, again sideswiped by an F5 tornado. So this spot I'm standing on right now has seen 3 F5 or EF5 tornadoes within like a half mile in the past 30, 40 years, in addition to a tornado back in 1995 that was an F4, and on March 2nd, 2012, that an F3 in town. So this area is very vulnerable to tornadoes. Now you hear the winds behind me. It is breezy, it is gusty. This is warm air advection, air moving into the region, warm air moving into the region, setting the stage for these storms. We're talking about all-time record highs. It's January 1st. It's like 74, 75 degrees out here. I'm in a short sleeve shirt, and we have a wind advisory in effect for 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts, even outside of any storm. So this really is a bizarre event, but we've had about 4-ish different big-time warm-ups over the lower 48 in the past couple of weeks, each one of which has precipitated higher-end severe weather, and that's the case this time around. Now, we have a tornado watch, in effect, off to our west. One hasn't been issued here yet, but it likely will be later on today. And already, you see the clouds are kind of trying to lean. That's a result of that wind shear, that change in wind speed and direction with height. That's why anything that goes up right now is starting to rotate. It's also important to mention, people often underestimate tornado risk in Alabama and Mississippi, whereas in reality, those two states are the most vulnerable of any place in the nation and really any place in the world. They beat out Oklahoma for tornado fatalities and tornado track
You can
length.
take them full screen again.
Oftentimes, Alabama and Mississippi, they see them in the wintertime when the jet stream is faster, storms move faster, and tornadoes can track longer even if they're on the ground for the same amount of time. Which is why on a setup like today, where storms are moving 60, 70 miles per hour, we could very easily have a tornado that's on the ground for a decent amount of time, covers a decent length, and if any of those supercells form, it could be a higher-end tornado. So it's a conditional risk. We know later on tonight, everybody here is going to see gusty to damaging winds along that squall line. That's pretty much a certainty. We also know it'll be a QLCS, or quasi-linear convective system, with a couple embedded kinks in the line, little areas of rotation to produce small, short-lived tornadoes as well. The big wild card, these supercells. I'm here waiting for them. Aaron J. Jack is covering them as well. And Erica is in the studio tracking it all. Erica, what do you have?
Yeah, thank you so much, Matthew Capucci, and for giving us that update on what you're seeing on the ground right now near Huntsville, Alabama. He was talking about the cloud coverage out there and what his thinking is for that. So that's definitely one of the factors that we're watching for the severe weather. And so far right now, we're already seeing at least a couple of tornado warnings. So we're going to take a look at the My Radar app right now and zoom into the specific area that is seeing a tornado warning at this moment as we speak. So this is actually in Tennessee, what we're seeing, and this is within that area that is seeing a tornado watch. So tornado warning means head into your safe place now. An active tornado warning is in place. A tornado can form at any moment. Although right now, this is not a confirmed tornado, but the ingredients are there for formation of a tornado. And again, this tornado warning specifically in north central Maury County in Middle Tennessee, Williamson County in Middle Tennessee, and Hickman County. This goes until 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So at least I have 28 minutes on this warning. And it's also being warned because we have a tornado that is capable producing a tornado, and it's moving pretty quickly at 70 miles per hour this evening. And of course, winds will also be a factor with this. So again, this is in Middle Tennessee for those areas. So right now over Centerville, Tennessee, and it's eventually going to push into areas of Highway 840 there and Highway 7 there, again in Tennessee within this area. This is actually just south of the Nashville, Tennessee area, so just something to keep in mind. Here it is there if you can see it on screen, but that's our one active tornado warning we have in place right now. And like I mentioned as well, we're also under a tornado watch this afternoon. So watch means ingredients are there, but nothing is currently active. So let's take it to the graphics, and we're going to show you in a more detail where a tornado watch is. And looks like they just issued a new tornado watch that's actually extended to where our meteorologist Matthew Capucci is, and that's in Huntsville, Alabama. So let me look up exactly how long that tornado watch goes for, and I would imagine so the one just north of that area goes until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you still have a couple hours on these warnings, but this new tornado watch actually goes into effect until 8 p.m. Eastern time. So that also includes areas just to the east of Nashville, includes just a little bit to the west of Knoxville. So this area, this new highlighted area over here, including Huntsville. So Huntsville, your tornado watch goes until 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, so 8 p.m. Eastern time. And you're seeing that whole area watched for tornadoes this afternoon. So we're really going to have to watch this area over the next coming hours, as we are still seeing an active scene out there. So this is the area again. If you're just tuning in, we're watching severe weather, possibly heading into this afternoon and evening. We already have 2 tornado watches in place. The first one goes until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. That includes Nashville and anything to the west of it. We just got a newly issued tornado watch that goes until 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central Time. That includes Huntsville, just north of Alabama there, extending all the way into parts of eastern Tennessee and goes all the way into Kentucky. That includes London, Kentucky this evening. And you're seeing it there on your screen. That is the area that we're watching. So let's take a look at what the risk is for severe weather today. And this is a high-end severe weather event. This is how we're starting 2022, with an enhanced risk of severe weather in that area that's already seeing a tornado watch this evening. So we do have the possibility of some isolated tornadoes, hail up to 1 inch, winds 50 to 60 miles per hour, and localized flooding has already been an issue this morning, and that is going to continue into the afternoon. So something to keep in mind. Although there is a risk of tornadoes this evening, you also have to be mindful of the risk, a very high risk of flooding for these areas. And they've already seen saturated grounds, severe weather rounds of it already to end last year and beginning this year. Just something to keep in mind. Have your alerts turned on your phone. This will be a pretty long evening and into the afternoon as well, or afternoon into the evening. So let's time it out for you guys just tuning in. If you live in these areas, so here's the highlighted area. So this is going into an hour from now, 5 p.m. Let's actually go back here. So 2 p.m. this afternoon, and that's what we're seeing now. So this is what the timing is. Although this is not going to be the exact, I would be paying attention 3 to 4 p.m. in that time frame. And this is where we're going to see those line of storms coming in, and you can see some isolated cells starting to form according to this model of weather. And you're seeing that just north of there, west of Huntsville, Alabama, here in this area. And then as we time it out as well, heading into the 5 p.m. hours, another area you need to watch. So really from now to at least 5 to 6 p.m. this afternoon, if you live anywhere in Middle Tennessee, that's where you need to be paying attention. Have a plan in place already for just in case you do get a tornado warning. And we're already seeing a couple of those already this afternoon. But you're seeing some isolated cells. Those are areas in purple. We're also seeing that in northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas. So those areas need to be on alert as well. You may get some rotating thunderstorms there and even supercells. So as we time it out throughout the rest of the afternoon, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., you're seeing those lines starting to form. So when you see a line form like this, you also have the risk of wind. And like Matthew Capucci already said, there is wind advisories in place as well for up to 50 mile per hour wind gusts possible with these storms. And that's 8 p.m. As we head into the later portion of this evening, this line will eventually move into parts of Georgia. So North Georgia also be on alert later on this evening. And it's pretty moving fast there. By 1 a.m. this morning, you're seeing that line starting to form over middle Alabama and eventually push into parts of the mid-Atlantic. And then by tomorrow morning, this line weakens, but you're still going to see significant rain with this event as well. And then right behind it, you're also seeing cold air that's coming in as well. and even some snow right behind this line. So once this pushes through, it'll actually cool off a lot of the southeast there and bring in a lot of cold air right behind this line of storms. And you're seeing that snow extend all the way into portions of the Midwest and the Great Lakes region. So something else to note with this event, not only are we tracking severe weather, frigid cold air is going to move right in behind this storm system. We do have the potential of flooding with this system as well. So a lot to track with this, but of course, if you live anywhere in the Northeast to Midwest, that's where you're going to see the possibility of some snow. And then out to the south, of course, severe weather throughout the rest of this afternoon and into the evening. Tornado watches have been in place as well. Let me show you that map again. If you're just tuning in as well, here's where we're seeing that risk of tornadoes this afternoon and into the evening. So 6 p.m. for areas just east or west of Nashville. West of Nashville, 6 p.m. is your tornado watch. And then to the east of Nashville, that's where you're going to see that tornado watch for 8 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. Standard Time, Central Standard Time. So just so those areas be on alert this afternoon. And then right behind this is some frigid cold air as well in place. So let's take one more look at what's going on the My Radar app, just to give you more detail before we go back to Aaron's live stream, where he's out in Tennessee tracking these storms. He was also out there tracking the flooding potential, but we're going to take a look at what's going on the My Radar app, and you're seeing that. So I'm actually going to turn on the per station radar, and we're going to look at the Nashville radar there. And so velocity is turned on, so we'll go back to the composite reflectivity, and then you're seeing there not very much rotation is showing up on velocity right now. So if we put that on, but you are seeing those areas of green and blue right now. So it looks like at least we are seeing a little bit of rotation within this cell right now. It's over Centerville, Tennessee, and you're seeing that storm moving pretty quickly. It was moving at 70 miles per hour last time we checked in on this warning, and it continues to move east at 70 miles per hour. Of course, tornadoes are a hazard for Maury County, Williamson County, and Hickman County. This goes for another 20 minutes until 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, and this is one of the warnings we're watching. Right behind it as well as a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is being warned for 60 mile per hour winds, penny-sized hail. We're expecting damage to roofs and trees, so something to be aware of as well. When you do see these type of warnings over each other, they're also being warned for the possibility of rotation. Tornado may form with this. Nothing has been confirmed yet on the ground. And we're also being warned for 60 mile per hour winds coming into those areas. Again, if you're not familiar with this area, it's just a little bit southwest of Nashville, Middle Tennessee. This is over Centerville right now, pushing to the east, going to come into Franklin, or Fairview, I should say, Fairview, Tennessee there in the next couple of minutes. Santa Fe, Tennessee as well. You're going to see some of this rain moving into your area in just a couple of minutes in this warning zone. We also have to note, we do have a couple flash flood warnings as well, and these go at least until later on this afternoon, and this is for counties at least till 2 p.m. Central Standard Time for Southern Christian and Todd counties there in Kentucky. So this is in Kentucky, and this is an area that's already seen severe weather over this area and even rain. Of course, we're seeing rainfall rates between 2 to 4 inches of rain. And that is coming into that area. It's still raining over this area, and we have a wide variety of warnings on this area as well. And then you're seeing all these green boxes, which also indicate aerial flood warnings. So a lot of rivers could be surpassing their max capacity in these areas because of how much rain has already fallen over this area this morning. And we're also seeing more severe thunderstorm warnings ahead of those tornado warnings that we're seeing for a large area in Tennessee there. This extends from eastern Tennessee heading into portions of Kentucky there. And so in this yellow shaded area, this includes cities of Lafayette, Tennessee, Hartsville, Tennessee, Mount Juliet, and you're seeing there in Lebanon, Tennessee, Boiling Springs there. And then in Kentucky, Fountain Run, Kentucky, and Tompkinsville, Kentucky as well. And this is in association with that line that's continuing to push through this area. So you're going to see rumbles of thunder within this region. And this is also being warned for gusty winds as well. So it's moving at 50 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour winds expected with this particular severe thunderstorm warning that goes at least until 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you still got at least 45 minutes on this warning. And this is all happening in Tennessee right now. But of course, we're watching other areas later on this afternoon that may see the potential of some tornado watches. Damien, let me know when we have Aaron's live stream back, and then we'll cut it back to him to see what he's doing. He's actually out in Tennessee right now, so he's on these storms that we're seeing currently on our app right now on the per station radar there. But you're seeing that all that rain coming into that area, and then this yellow shaded box is where we're seeing tornado watches, and that extends all the way into northern Alabama. So really, if you're just tuning in now, northern Alabama, be on alert. You're under a tornado watch until 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Central Tennessee, Nashville included, and even extending into areas of Bowling Green, Kentucky. You're under a tornado watch until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So tornado watch, I always like to reiterate this because it's important to know, a tornado watch is when the ingredients are there for some sort of tornado warning to be issued. So you don't have to be on high alert when you hear a tornado watch. It's when you hear a tornado warning that you must seek shelter and go into the most interior room of your house, because the tornado warning means there has been rotation indicated within the storm. That means a tornado can touch down at any moment, and also there's going to be pretty gusty and damaging winds in association with those warnings. And we're seeing that so far. Looks like they just expired that one tornado warning we had on the ground. So right now we're just seeing severe thunderstorm warnings in place, and you're seeing in association with that line of storms. But what's also concerning to me when seeing this radar imagery is you're seeing storms starting to form ahead of this line. And so when you get discrete storms like that, these are the ones that also have the potential to see some rotation within them. And we're already starting to see them go up in northern Alabama. That's why they have issued that tornado watch. And then you're seeing that as well in southern Tennessee, where we're seeing it. But ahead of that, like I said, in those tornado watch box zones, that's where we're seeing some of those discrete cells starting to form there. So I wouldn't be surprised if within the next hour or two, we start to see some more warnings going into place. So if you're in Middle Tennessee, even parts of Eastern Tennessee, that includes you in Knoxville, even though you're not in any sort of watch or warning box, you have to be aware, because this line of storms will eventually make it to you guys. But if you're anywhere in Tennessee, just be on alert. Even in Kentucky, where they've already seen some severe weather so far this year, be on alert for those warnings to come into place as well. So this is a wide variety of areas that we're seeing these tornado watch box zones. So let's actually time it out for you guys that are just now tuning in. Damien, if you can pull up the WSI graphics whenever you get a chance there. I know we're working on Aaron's live stream there, as it did go down here earlier, but there it is. So there's the 6 p.m. time zone this afternoon into evening. This includes areas in Nashville, and then Huntsville. You're under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. I know you guys are in Central Standard Time, but let's take a look at that severe weather risk. So although we're really watching areas in Tennessee, northern Alabama, northern Georgia, and even parts of Alabama where you saw some of those storms earlier, this line extends all the way down into portions of even middle Alabama, and even parts of Kentucky, and even parts of the Mid-Atlantic. So even though we've been talking a lot about Tennessee, other areas really also need to be paying attention, because there does exist a huge flooding risk with this particular system. And right behind it is some really frigid cold air. And I know we've been seeing a pretty abnormally warm December for this time of year, and that is continuing into the new year. But after this front moves through, looks like we will start to see more of a cold, frigid pattern coming in, a more winter-like pattern after this storm system moves in. But you still need to be aware of the severe weather risk for at least today. But here's a look again at that Futurecast radar. So this is just pinpointing areas where you may potentially see some rotation. This isn't going to be exactly where you're going to see these tornado warnings or supercells form, but if you're anywhere, this just gives gives us an idea of the general area. Anywhere in northern Alabama, that's where meteorologist Matthew Capucci is actually out there, and he'll be giving us updates throughout social media. We'll be jumping back into the stream as well to see what he's up to during the afternoon. But make sure, if you want to get updates on what's going on there on his side of the things, to follow us all across the social media platforms. We are all over Facebook, Twitter, and even Instagram. He'll be giving us plenty of updates throughout the afternoon. And so, Aaron Jack, once he get his stream back, and then we will be posting as well. But here's a look at that Futurecast radar, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. Northern Alabama, you're already starting to see some discrete supercells starting to form according to this model. And I'm also potentially seeing some in northern Louisiana and there in Arkansas. As we play this out throughout the afternoon, that continues into at least between 7 to 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. And you're seeing that in eastern Tennessee. And then that line starts to form, which will have potentially some damaging wind gusts in association with it. North Georgia, you also have to heed this warnings. I know you've already seen a couple of tornadoes, even yesterday. You're going to get another round of this, at least in northern Georgia, so just something to be aware of. I don't think it'll reach, at least this afternoon, into the metro Atlanta area, but especially heading into the overnight, that's when metro Atlanta really needs to be aware of these conditions. By 2 a.m. Sunday, you're seeing that where the idea is of that line, where it will be, and it'll be right over northern Georgia, eastern Tennessee, and far western North Carolina there in the Appalachian Mountains. So just something to be aware of. And then as we get into the early morning hour for your Sunday, that's when the line will start to push through into metro Atlanta. So between 5 to 6 a.m. Central Standard Time on Sunday, I think that's really the time zone that metro Atlanta will start to see it. And then eventually it will move into areas like Macon, Georgia, southern Alabama, heading into the Gulf Coast as well. And you're seeing that line. So that'll be in association with some gusty winds and something else that we have to watch. So there's a lot of factors to keep in mind with this. Localized flooding could be a big issue, especially in those areas that are already seeing high rivers in Middle Tennessee. That's going to be another big thing that we're going to be tracking, that Aaron has already been tracking. A potential of some tornadoes with this particular system. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci is out in Huntsville, Alabama, and he's about to go chase these storms right now as we speak. And then we also have the potential of some frigid cold air coming in right behind this front. It may shock you, as we have not seen these types of temperatures in quite a while for these particular areas. This goes from North Texas to parts of the plains and even parts of the southeast. Some frigid cold air is moving into these regions. Some snow is also moving in behind this, and this will affect mostly the Midwest and heading into the Northeast. And we also have to keep in mind those gusty winds that are going to be moving in into the overnight hours and the early afternoon hours. So just something to keep in mind. So there it is again. That's those tornado watches that are in place right now. And we're going to watch those right now. I'm not seeing any tornado warnings, thankfully, but we are seeing a couple of severe thunderstorm watches that are in place as we speak in the moment. But I'm going to turn on this radar right here. Damien, let me know if you get his stream back on, but I want to on your screen there. And so what concerns me, like I said earlier, I'm going to keep watching this radar because we do have that line of storms, but we're also seeing individual storms starting to form ahead of it. And that's really what I'm concerned about this evening. And we may get a few of these to have a little bit of spin. And if we take a look too, like Matthew Capucci, he was in Huntsville, Alabama. And if you were still watching him earlier, you were also seeing some clearing skies in his area. And usually for meteorologists, that's an indicator that, you know, some storms may break out more easily because usually they need heat to fuel those storms, and those storms to go up pretty quickly is when we see some clearing skies. And that was definitely happening in Huntsville there, where Matthew Capucci is this afternoon. And so that's what I'm concerned about, and definitely seeing that on radar where the storms are starting to pop up, especially with what satellite looked like earlier. This is what I'm more concerned about. So I'm glad they have issued that tornado watch in these areas, because this is where we're seeing those individual storms starting to go up there. And this is very spring-like air over these areas. And if you live in these areas, I know you've been noting a lot of moisture in the form of fog in these areas. So that's a good indicator too, that the moisture is there for these type of storms to form, With clearing skies, the heat is going to fuel these. We have sufficient wind shear as well. So that means changing winds in direction with the height of the atmosphere there. And so with these ingredients coming into place, that's why we're watching this area for severe weather on January 1st of 2022. So definitely something unprecedented for this kind of type of year. But with the rounds of severe weather we already saw just this last month, something to keep in mind, especially for these areas. This area, you've been seeing severe weather pretty much almost every week in December. So this is why this is something that we have to watch here over these areas. But thankfully right now, we don't have any tornado warnings in place, just a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have flood warnings as well, just north of Tennessee in the Kentucky area where a lot of rainfall continues to fall. And you're seeing that over radar. So I'm actually going to turn on the high def radar so you can see the expansion of how far this rain goes. So not only is Kentucky seeing Kentucky seeing flood warnings, we're seeing this extend all the way into portions of the Midwest where they're seeing rain. And take a look at what's happening right behind it. So I want to take off this layer particularly. And you're seeing all of that snow falling right behind it. And not only is snow falling, we also have winter storm warnings in place that extend into portions of the Midwest there, from Wisconsin to even portions of Iowa there, and even Nebraska. You're seeing a little bit of snow there and extending into portions of Illinois. Chicago, you're actually under this winter storm warning, and this goes until midnight tonight. So snow will be falling. 4 to 8 inches is forecasted for this area, and gusts could reach up to 35 miles per hour within this pink shaded area. So you're seeing that extend, like I said, from Chicago to Lincoln, Nebraska, and there in Ottawa there, in Iowa there. So that's the expansive area of snow that's already falling right behind this front, because cold frigid air is going to start moving into these regions. So a lot to track. Not only are we tracking winter storm warnings, we also have winter weather advisories in place just south of these winter storm warnings, and a wind chill advisory that goes from midnight tonight to 10 a.m. Central Standard Time on Sunday. And this includes areas from Kansas City to Jefferson City, Illinois there, south of Chicago, and even parts of North Texas there, also under a winter weather advisory. In some of these areas until 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, we could see some dangerous snow and wind chills there. And snow here for the panhandle of Texas and the panhandle of Oklahoma will be at least 2 inches. But that's a big change from seeing severe weather today and then heading into your Sunday. Cold frigid air moves in, dangerous wind chills. That's something you have to keep in mind as well, because that might throw you off guard. If you're in these areas, you were feeling those pretty warm and humid air mass, but as that changes and moves to the east, you're going to feel that cold frigid air. Just something to keep in mind as well, because it will be a little bit of a shocker if you have not been paying attention to the weather. So maybe you have family members that live in these regions, just keep them aware of what these conditions are going to be heading into your Sunday. Dangerous wind chills could also pose a threat within these regions. So that's the expansive of the severe weather that we're tracking today. And I'll zoom out to give you more of a national view. So you're seeing the rain in the Midwest, extending all the way into portions of central Tennessee and even parts of the southeast. We have winter storm warnings from Chicago, Illinois, to portions of Lincoln, Nebraska, and extending into Kansas. We also have winter storm advisories, or winter weather advisories, that extend into Jefferson City there to Wichita, Kansas, and then that also extends into portions of the Texas Panhandle and Oklahoma Panhandle. So those areas will definitely see some dangerous wind chills, and that also goes into effect for portions of the Great Lakes region from Buffalo, New York, all the way into portions of Vermont and Maine. And these areas will actually see the winter weather advisory at least until 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For your Sunday, 3 to 5 inches of snow is forecast in these regions. So just something to keep in mind as well. So this is a whole extension from all the way into Albuquerque, New Mexico there, just outside of it, into portions of Maine. And that is just the winter weather advisory. So that's a large area that's going to feel some dangerous wind chills in association with this cold front that's pushing in. And then we're also watching that severe weather threat heading into the rest of this afternoon and evening. So a lot to track this afternoon. We'll be cutting into Aaron's feed once we get him back here to give you more updates. If we do see even more tornado warnings there on there, but looks like we still don't have his feedback. So just, if you're just now tuning in, feel free to ask us questions. I'll try to answer them as best as I can. Maybe some of you just now jumping on and are curious to what we've already talked about. So I'll be going over this once again just for you guys that are maybe just now tuning in or seeing our feed and need an update on what's going on in central Tennessee. So there you have it. Okay. So North Carolina, thank you, Damien, for letting me know what that question is. So Tim in North Carolina is wondering if there's going to be severe weather in North Carolina. Today, I think you'll be fine, but that line of storms actually moves into your region tomorrow, early morning hours and heading into the afternoon. So although today you won't feel the brunt of this storm system, you still need to be aware of these conditions that will eventually track into your area into tomorrow. And tomorrow, actually, North Carolina, most of the state is under a marginal risk of severe weather, and they're mostly warning this for thunderstorms that will locally be producing damaging wind gusts, maybe a tornado or two. I don't think it'll be as severe as what we might potentially see this afternoon, but tornadoes are definitely possible tomorrow in North Carolina. So this is why we were talking about, although we're focusing on central Tennessee right now, for the severe weather threat, heading into tomorrow is going to be a completely different story. So if we pull up that Futurecast radar there, Damien, for them to see what we'll see on WSI there. So this is 2 p.m. this afternoon. North Carolina, you're not really seeing any of these conditions. You'll see a couple of rain showers coming through your area, but most of the activity will be in central Tennessee, northern Alabama. Now, this is 5 p.m. So 5 p.m. I think is the hours central time that we're going to be watching, especially for the formation of tornadoes in northern Alabama and central Tennessee. And then as we get into the later portion of this evening, by 8 p.m., that line is still in middle Tennessee. So these storms will be forming ahead of this line, of this cold front that's pushing through the southwest or southeast of the country. So this is 8 p.m. and you're seeing a lot of those individual cells forming ahead of that line in eastern Tennessee and northern Alabama. And then as we get into the 11 p.m. Central Standard Time zone hour there, you're seeing a lot of that rain coming into portions of Tennessee. And it looks like it'll slow down just a little bit in the overnight hours, and it'll still continue to drop a lot of rain into portions of Tennessee and into portions of their Alabama. And then as we head into the later portion, this is overnight 1 a.m. and you can see how that line is starting to push. So this is 4 a.m. Sunday. This is tomorrow. Metro Atlanta, you'll start to see that line of storms pushing into that area. And I know this area, you really need to be aware of these conditions because you're also under a marginal risk of severe weather heading into, and then this is mostly for tomorrow morning. So you're seeing that line stretch all the way into portions of central Alabama. So Metro Atlanta, just be on alert. I know you guys are prone to a lot of that wind that comes into those areas, especially with you already seeing some rain over this area yesterday. Just something to keep in mind. You may see a couple of trees down in association with these wind gusts that are going to be pushing in. And then like that question asked for North Carolina, you're seeing that line in just western North Carolina there in the Appalachian Mountains, and eventually by 6 a.m., that line will start to push closer to Raleigh, even portions of Charlotte, North Carolina there, extending into portions of South Carolina. And then as we head into your early Sunday, 9:30 to 10 p.m., that line starts to dissipate. So it actually weakens significantly as we get into 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. You'll still see a lot of lingering rain showers with this particular storm system. And as we get into South Georgia there, you're seeing a couple of those showers moving to those regions. But that's in association with that front. After this front moves through, cold, frigid air will move in place as well for portions of the southeast there. Just something to keep in mind as this will take you by shock. And take a look. By 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, look how cold air moves in. We are seeing indications of snow and maybe a little bit of sleet. So that's something you need to be careful of too. Sleet may start in those areas, and this may make way for some hazardous roadways, especially if you're traveling on bridges. Maybe you're driving somewhere on Sunday. Just be mindful if you're on Western Tennessee, just west of Nashville. This is where we have a potential of some sleet starting to mix in with the snow, and then eventually make its way into snow. But Memphis as well, you're in on this, and even portions of Mississippi. So this is why we're tracking a lot heading into the weekend, because after this particular storm system pushes through, we do have that cold air moving in that's going to produce some snow showers and maybe even some sleet mixing in within these snow showers there. So I actually want to show you what's going on satellite there. So just to give you perspective. So our meteorologist Matthew Capucci is here in Huntsville, Alabama. That's almost close to the Tennessee border there. And it's known as the Rocket City. Visited there a couple of times, and people there are very aware of severe weather in this region. But you're seeing all those clouds and a little bit of sunshine breaking in. So these are the individual cloud layers that are moving into this region. And then you're seeing a whole deck of clouds right behind the front there. And some of this is actually producing snow, and some of this is actually snow on the ground that we're observing there. If you take a look at what's going on across the West Coast, that's a little bit of snow on the ground, especially in areas like Colorado and portions of Wyoming there. We're definitely going to have to check back in on what's going on in Colorado there as well, because they have seen some dangerous fires and some destructive fires that have moved through those areas. But as we zoom into the area that we're really watching today for severe weather, pointing it out, there's a couple of clouds there, but sunshine is breaking through these regions, and that's why on radar I'm a little concerned on what's happening right now, because a lot of those storm cells are starting to form ahead of this front. And those are the ones we're really concerned about. And I'm seeing them from even stretching into portions just east of Huntsville, or I should say west of Huntsville there, portions of northern Mississippi, and just south of Nashville. So those areas, if you live in those areas and are watching us, just be aware of those conditions. Things may start to change pretty quickly there as storms are starting to fire up. You're definitely seeing it there on satellite this afternoon. So overall, we're really watching this area of severe weather. But it doesn't mean this is the only area. Other areas in this yellow to even green zone have the capability of some tornadoes to be produced within this area. And we see it with all these types of systems time and time again. We do see tornadoes within that orange box, but history has shown us that even outside of that, we can see some pretty damaging tornadoes and even damaging wind gusts within that area. So although Central Tennessee, you're in the most enhanced risk of severe weather there, the highest probability of seeing some isolated tornadoes, other areas extending from northern Georgia, even middle Alabama, heading into portions of northern Louisiana and even southern Arkansas. Just be aware of those conditions. Although you're not under any sort of watch box zone right now, just still be on alert, because even on some of our models, I am seeing a couple of individual cells starting to form that may produce maybe a little bit of rotation and even some locally gusty winds in those regions. And that's really the whole expansive area. About 7 million people are in this enhanced risk of severe weather, and 12 million are at this marginal risk. So that's that light shaded, or I should say dark shaded green color. So that's a lot of people under this risk of severe weather today. And so this is why, if you're anywhere in these risks, always have your alerts on your phone. Be aware of these conditions. Of course, we'll be keeping you up to date on what's going on with all of these conditions heading into the rest of the afternoon. And of course, if you have any more questions, keep asking them. We're still working on getting Aaron's feedback there. And looks like we do have a newly issued tornado watch there, and this actually extends into those areas I was actually concerned about, that I was talking about there in Louisiana and even portions of Tennessee, or I should say Louisiana and even portions of Arkansas. So let me get the latest information on this new tornado watch that they just issued. And it looks like, so for Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. So that is that area that I was saying earlier, that I was seeing some possibility of rotation. And I'm glad they actually put in those warning box zones there, or I should say watch box zones there, because this is an area that we're going to be watching pretty closely for those tornadoes that could potentially be forming. So it looks like we have Aaron's feedback. But again, this is a new tornado watch that has been issued for portions of northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and portions of Mississippi. So let me zoom into this area so you know which one exactly I'm talking about. And this is this area right here. And let me put in a bunch, let me just put in a couple more labels there for you guys that live there. So Monroe, Louisiana, I know a pretty populous city there. You are under this tornado watch until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. And this includes this area that's all highlighted here. That includes portions of Mississippi, from Columbus, Mississippi, Meridian, Mississippi, Madison, Oxford, Mississippi, Friars Point as well there, Pine Bluff, Arkansas, El Dorado, Arkansas, and Greenville there, Arkansas. So these areas, again, under a tornado watch for the possibility of some rotation within the storm system. So don't let this catch you off guard, because the bulk of the rain has already moved through this area and that front continues to push through your area. But right behind it, I was seeing indications of possible rotation behind this line of storms. So although a lot of the rain and wind has moved through your area, there is indications of some rotation behind it. So you need to be on alert at least until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time this evening. So again, this is for areas in northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and portions of Mississippi. A tornado watch also in effect for the zoomed in area until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time for Nashville, Jackson, Tennessee, in those areas, and this extends into Bowling Green, Kentucky as well. And then this area right here that includes Huntsville is until 8 p.m. Eastern Time, so 7 p.m. Central Standard Time for you guys with this tornado watch. So a couple of new ones coming into place right now if you're just tuning in, and we're going to zoom out to give you a more expansive look of what you can expect for these tornado watches that are in place. Again, tornado watch means the ingredients are there for conditions to be favorable for the formation of tornadoes. Doesn't mean there's anything on the ground right now, but it could potentially happen at least through that warning box, or I should say that watch box zone. So 6 p.m. For Middle Tennessee, and then we're going to see it at least until 8 p.m. later for portions of Eastern Tennessee. So that's just a little bit outside of Knoxville, Chattanooga as well. And that includes portions in Huntsville, Alabama, which is until 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. So a whole area that we're going to be watching and tracking for you guys. All our storm chasers, Aaron Jajac is in Tennessee. Matthew Capucci is in Huntsville, Alabama, and we'll be in here in the studio tracking it for you guys if there's any warnings that you need to be aware of that are maybe outside of where our storm chasers are chasing right now. So, of course, tune in back with us. I'll be cutting in and out, and ask your questions, even if we're not live on here. Giving you updates. I want to know what your questions are, and I try to answer them as best as I can, especially if you're in these areas. Find us on social media, ask your questions on there, find our personal social medias as well. Meteorologist Erica Lopez. I'll be answering your questions if there's anything you're concerned about. If you live anywhere from Louisiana, southern Arkansas, Mississippi, and even portions of central Tennessee, northern Alabama, and there in Kentucky as well. So we're actually gonna, looks like we have Aaron's feedback here, and we're gonna take a look at what he's up to, but of course we'll be updating you here within the studio. Do we have Aaron's feed, Damien? Okay. Looks like we're having a little bit of, I see it on screen now. It is a little bit glitchy there. Okay, we'll see if we can improve his visuals there, and then we'll take him live. But he's in Tennessee, and what I'm looking at, what he has at least so far right now, it's completely covered, cloudy skies. Doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be any form of tornadoes or severe weather there, as he is on his way to track these storms. But something else I've noticed there on his screen now where he's chasing, but you know, with these storm chases, it's really hard to get good signal, just because sometimes you are in a remote area when you're out in the field, and you know, Wi-Fi signal or cell service isn't usually the best in these areas, which is why we only say professionals should be out chasing these storms, because they know what to do. They have experience in these types of situations, and this is why our storm chaser Aaron Jajac, he's the best at what he does. He knows what to do in these types of situations, especially for severe weather where it can get dangerous, and especially in the southeast where we do have a lot of tree coverage there. So it's not like the plains where you see vast miles of clear air there. In the southeast, you do have a lot of clouds there. But, you know, it's also interesting to see what he's seeing, because a lot of the trees are dead and you're not seeing very much green, which is really weird, because when you're out in the field storm chasing, these types of events, you usually see more green colors on your screen there. So definitely some dead trees that you're seeing there in the background. Does look very winter-like, but doesn't really feel like it for those areas in Tennessee there. So our storm chaser, Aaron J. Jack, looked like his speed is improving just a little bit. And then Damien, I don't know if you want to take him live, maybe wait a little bit more to see if his feed improves. It does look a little glitchy. And he's in Tennessee right now. And he's also not seeing any rain on his screen either. It doesn't look like he's seeing any active weather on his screen, but he's definitely on the roads. It doesn't look like there's a lot of people on the roads either, so that's some good news. But I am seeing those cars drive by, and it looks like there has been rain that has fallen in those areas. Okay, so we're about to take Aaron's live feed now. We'll be watching carefully to see if we lose him or not. Hopefully not, because he has some good visuals there for you guys. But we'll be back on here, of course, giving you all sorts of updates if there's any newly issued tornado warnings. As of right now, no tornado warnings, but Aaron's on his way to chase these storms, and so is our meteorologist, Matthew Capucci. But we'll see you back here. Continue to ask your questions. I'll try to answer them as best as I can. Stay safe out there, guys.
Lawrenceburg. Not good. Not good. I'm out of dulce leche donuts. It says Lawrenceburg. Hold on. I'm just going to do a quick Google here and see if there's any food or coffee. Fast food. Oh, there's a lot in Lawrenceburg. coffee options out here and food options.
Sorry.
Grab food and then probably head towards Florence, Alabama.
Okay, what else for you? Swapping out front, see anything else? That'll be 1839 first one. I'm sorry about that. You can order when you're ready.
Can I get a number 5, please, with a large Coke?
Okay, what else for you?
That is all.
Ah, You can pull the first window. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey.
What the hell is a farva? Oh wait, isn't that the guy's name from that movie? Oh man, I'm wore out. I'm ready to go crash in a Hilton Garden Inn.
Hello, sir. We're 952. Yes, sir. This thing does not want no work. You guys have a good day.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Interesting fella.
How you doing?
Thanks. Okay, I have to decide if I want to drive towards Florence or stop for a minute. I might stop for a minute. These fries are cold. Yeah, this thing is so salty. Well, I'll go shoot an update here real quick. p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What about this one? That one's 6 p.m. Is it Central? 6 p.m. Central. 8 p.m. Central. Alright. Too many tornado watch boxes. I keep getting them all confused. Different time zones. One's till 8 Eastern, one's till 8 Central, one's till 6 Central. Expires 8/2001. Storm Jason Heritage, like I'm currently here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, where there are multiple tornado watch boxes in the area. We have one just to the west, actually here in Lawrenceburg. I did a focus on 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Another one just to the east, did a focus on 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then to my southwest, Arkansas, there is another tornado watch box there in effect until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. So multiple tornado watch boxes in the area. I'm trying to dang it. I was going good and started choking on a French fry in the middle of my update. I can't do the update. I'm just too tired. I keep messing up. Just gonna eat my chicken sandwich. Too tired. Too tired. Severe warning back by Oxford, Mississippi, south of Memphis. Eat my chicken sandwich and rest for a minute. I should get that lab mic hooked up anyway and test it out. Let's do that. Okay. Let me see if I can get this lab mic set up. Got food all over my shirt. Test, 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 test.
We can look at this after.
the sounds. Where is the sound broadcasting on my phone? Test. I don't think it's actually working. Alright, I'm not going to be able to do this. I don't know why it's working, but I'm watching this cell. It's to my south. The ones to my east are severe worn now. But just watching this one to my south, I'm going to see if I can move a little east of Lawrenceburg here. Get a look at it. I'm going to have to deal with the live mic later, but it's not working. Thank you guys for those big donations. I appreciate that. Having problems with chat. I can't see it. Except for logging on my other phone. Okay, this cell is coming up. This is to the south of Lawrenceburg. It's coming up. It's going to pass east of Lawrenceburg. See if we can't go a little east of Lawrenceburg and get a peek at this thing as it comes up. In case it starts producing a tornado or something. See it right here on my screen. This is the storm right here. gotta take Gaines Street east. It's coming up from the south, we're gonna come in right up into it. It's like it's trying to rotate. Pulaski. We gotta get to like Pulaski. Pulaski's the town just to the east, 18 miles east. Okay, we're en route to Pulaski. Wow, thanks for those big donations, guys. That's huge. Thank you, 8K1 of 1E. Thank you, Sean and Pattison. Okay, we're gonna move a little east. We have this cell to our south come right up to us. Sub-severe right now, but it's got a good echo top. This thing looks decent. Let's see what it does here. Might even move east of Pulaski. Let's see here.
And hi, gang, I'm my radar meteorologist Matt Pucciani, developing supercell in northwest Alabama near Killeen. This is the rotating wall cloud. It's getting closer to the ground right now. Over here, the rear flank downdraft, curtains of precipitation wrapping in, and right over here, amazing to see how much air is moving upwards very quickly. Way up there is the forward flank downdraft. That's where the rain comes down, maybe a bit of hail. Over here, winds are really picking up. Now, the winds are still warm right now. This is air rushing in to fuel the storm. And over here, if a tornado was to develop, it'd likely be in that region right there. This storm probably not tall enough yet to feel the full effects of the jet stream and therefore rotate. It's definitely rotating, but not as much as we would need to really produce a tornado. So we're watching this closely.
Williamson.
There's a chance this could down the road because it becomes something that we definitely that is that updraft. Those curtains are right together. Amazing to see this entire structure unfolding very quickly too. Look how quickly it's moving, close to 60 miles per hour plus in some areas, thanks to those steering currents. So today's a day where as soon as you get the warning, you gotta seek shelter because things are just cruising right along, and we are watching this in real time. All right, off the chase.
Gonna go a little east of Pulaski now. track this storm east, and then you got the interstate that drops down to Huntsville and Birmingham into Alabama if needed. I have a special camera just for the MyRadar live stream. Base is just off over here somewhere. wrong way on the highway. It's backing up. Another severe warning back to the southwest, approaching Florence, gonna come right through this area. Got some rotation in it. time to get up here and I-65 and just take a nap. Sure wish I was at home with my family now, right now. We'll see, things could change here on a dime. As soon as that cap burns off, erodes off. Right now it looks like things are good. Nothing too bad. No tornado warnings. Hopefully it stays like this so I can just go to Hilton Garden Inn, go to sleep for a bit. Thank you, Sean Pattison. Sean Pattison. Coming up on I-65 here now. I'm gonna pause up here on I-65. Maybe use the bathroom again. Florence, Sal, severe warning. They're gonna come right through this area. We use I-65 to intercept them. Just let them come to us. But this Pulaski cell isn't doing it. Although it looks like it's starting to rotate a little now. To my southwest, gonna come right over my location here at I-65. Maybe a little further to the south I need to drop. Hopefully there's a truck stop or something right up here at this intersection of I-65. Use the bathroom, top off the tank. Maybe I should put the drone up. Okay, we do have a gas station. Put the bird up in the air real quick. Just to get some bird footage. I-65 right here in front of us.
Low battery warning. Battery level is low. The aircraft will go to the home point in 10 seconds. Landing.
I'm gonna go run into the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Much better. Okay, severe storm approaching from the southwest. Just gonna stay right here and let it come to me. And use I-65 to adjust north or south to get it. letting it come to me, I can adjust. This thing's looking a little more interesting than my east now. Can't see it. So it works. Come with that. You can see the base. Rough. That's rough. There it is, right here. Crossing over there. There's the base of it, right across. Base right here.
Hey, y'all, meteorologist Erica Lopez, just to give you a quick update on what's going on right now with the severe weather threat across the central portion of the country, extending into the southeast. So we have lost Aaron Jajak's feedback. He's out in the grounds right now near Pulaski, Tennessee, chasing these storms as they're starting to get going. So I want to show you what's going on across the MyRadar app. Let me know where you're watching from too. I'll try to answer your questions as well as we get this stream going. But let's take a look at what's going on Live Radar right now. And we are seeing a lot of activity, as you see on your screen. And this is just the general radar. So if we turn on the per station radar, just to give you a quick reference point, you can see a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in these darker shaded yellow colors. And this is where we're starting to see those storms pop up. So I'm going to turn on a radar. And this is specifically near the Huntsville area. And you can see how those storms are starting to fire off. And they're firing off pretty quickly. We have meteorologist Matthew Capucci on the ground near Huntsville. He's chasing these storms as we speak. And so is our storm chaser, Aaron Jajak. Of course, once we get his feedback, we'll show you what's going on there. But so far, we've had a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. I haven't seen a tornado warning in about an hour or so. But I wouldn't be surprised if we started to see this coming up here pretty quickly, because these storms are firing off pretty quickly, especially in northern Alabama and southern Tennessee, as this line of storms continues to push to the east there. And you can see it there generally. A couple of storms already starting to fire off there in middle Alabama as well, near Birmingham, as the Birmingham radar shows us. So just something to be aware of. If these storms can form pretty quickly, and especially with the ingredients that are in place in the atmosphere, these will rotate, and we might see the potential of some tornadoes. This is why the SPC is highlighting this area as an enhanced risk of severe weather. And this is why this yellow, all of this yellow shaded area that you're seeing on your screen, from Louisiana to southern Arkansas to portions of Mississippi, northern Alabama, central Tennessee, and eastern Tennessee, and even portions of Kentucky, these areas are all under a tornado watch. Now, a tornado watch means the ingredients are favorable and are there for the formation of tornado, and a tornado warning means act now, seek shelter. Tornado may form at any moment. Okay, so let's take a look at that current radar right now. And you're seeing those storms starting to fire off. Looks like they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for northern Alabama, the city of Florence, Muscle Shoals, Alabama as well, under this particular warning. And this is going into areas of northern Alabama and into portions of Tennessee. Rogersville, you're just outside of that warning box zone. But let's take a look at the latest facts with this particular warning. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Lauderdale County and eastern Colbert County as well in Alabama. This goes until 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you have at least another 30 minutes on this particular warning, but it's also being warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and penny size held is moving at 45 miles per hour. Now, this is just to the west of Huntsville, Alabama. So these storms are already starting to fire off quickly. And if you take a look closer at where Huntsville is in relation to these warnings, it's just there off their Highway 65 from Rogersville all the way to Huntsville, Alabama. And we're already starting to see some of these storms starting to pop up and fire off pretty quickly just to the east of Huntsville as we speak. So these are other storm systems we're watching as well. And if we turn on the velocity here to see if there's any sort of indication of rotation there, I'm not really seeing it much, at least with these storms near Huntsville, maybe to the one to the east of Huntsville. So that's something to watch pretty closely. But this particular storm system right here, the severe thunderstorm warnings, I'm not seeing any indication of that just yet. So we'll keep track of that here. And if we turn on another radar, just to get another perspective of what we're seeing here on the ground right now. So not really much of any signs of any rotation within these storm systems as of right now. So we're going to track that pretty closely and see if we can see that. And of course, these are premium features on the MyRadar app that you can have access to as well. But here's a look at the overall general picture, and you're seeing those storms, like I said, firing off pretty quickly. But if we go ahead and turn on the Nashville radar, looks like Nashville, you're actually outside of the tornado watch. They have expired the tornado watches to the west of the Nashville area. Those were issued on earlier. So Memphis, you're not in any sort of tornado watch as of right now. But of course, rain, localized flooding will be a major issue as we head into the evening, because take a look, as we turn on the regular radar, you're seeing that whole stretch of rain from portions of East Texas all the way into the Midwest and even portions of the Northeast. Now, as this frontal system moves through these areas, we'll be seeing even colder air moving in behind this region. So right now, just a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. I'll give you an update once if we see any tornado warnings. But I do want to give you a quick update on what's going on in the Midwest. Maybe you're not really concerned about the severe weather threat, but more concerned about the snow threat and maybe even some sleet. So we are watching areas with some winter storm warnings in place. Of course, this extends from Chicago, Illinois, all the way into portions of Lincoln, Nebraska, and even portions of northern Kansas there. So this is a winter storm warning. This includes Mankato, Kansas, Osborne, Kansas, and Smith Center, Kansas there. Give you a perspective, St. Joseph, Missouri, you're also under this winter storm warning, and we are expecting snow totals that could reach up to 7 inches of snow, winds gusting up to 35 miles per hour, and this remains in effect until midnight tonight. So that means until midnight tonight, you have the possibility of seeing up to 7 inches of snowfall within a short amount of time. And this also means we're going to see some pretty cold air move in behind this. If not so, you're already experiencing in some areas. I know a lot of you were chatting earlier as we still have this live stream going. We're saying it was feeling muggy, and then all of a sudden it turned bitterly cold in these regions. So something you need to be aware of. A lot of you are experiencing these muggy, warm conditions across the southeast, and then extremely cold air will move in after. So not only are we dealing with winter weather or winter storm warnings, we're also dealing with winter weather advisory. So what this means is we have the potential of some mixed precipitation, additional snowfall amounts, not as significant as what we're seeing with the winter storm warnings, but you're still going to see at least some sort of snow flurries within these areas. And this goes until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow. Of course, always watch out what's going on the roadways. You may see some ice accumulations with these winter weather advisories, and this winter weather advisory is what you're seeing on the screen showing up as purple. This extends from portions of New Mexico to the panhandle of Texas, the panhandle of Oklahoma. They have extended this winter weather advisory into portions of Oklahoma State. And just right outside the Oklahoma City metro area. So wind chill advisory from 6 p.m. this evening to 10 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. And that's the wind chill advisory. The winter weather advisory goes until 3 a.m. Sunday, so tomorrow morning. So wind chills could feel as much as 5 to 10 degrees below zero. And this is why the winter storm or the winter weather advisory is being warned for, as well as the wind chill advisory. And that extends into portions of Oklahoma, even western Oklahoma as well, where this area typically sees this type of weather usually around this time of year, but definitely it's going to be a shocker as you've been feeling some muggy, warm conditions over the past several weeks, especially in this region. So something to be aware of from Oklahoma City to the panhandle of Texas, the panhandle of Oklahoma, and stretching into portions of Kansas as well, where most of you are also under this winter weather advisory that goes on until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. You'll be waking up to bitterly cold temperatures in these regions across the Central Plains. So something else I wanted to make you aware of, although this area is not particularly in any sort of severe threat, you are going to see the threat of severe cold in this region. So just something to keep in mind as well. And this particular winter weather advisory also extends into portions of the Great Lakes region, where you may see up to 2 inches of light glaze of ice for Sunday afternoon, as this is mixing in with that particular system that's making way for severe weather across the southeast with the rain and then the cold air. You may see a little bit of that sleet mix, and especially in this region, you need to watch out for slick roadways. You've been seeing temperatures around freezing for the past couple of days in these regions, especially in the overnight hours. So the ground is definitely cold enough to sustain this kind of weather there. Just something to be aware of over the next coming hours. Again, this winter weather advisory for the Great Lakes region goes until 7 p.m. So that's tomorrow, Sunday evening. And just something to keep in mind, you may see accumulations of ice there. And of course, slippery roads, maybe just staying inside, not going anywhere for your Sunday, as this will be treacherous. And of course, this extends into portions of Maine, where you have more of a possibility of seeing snow in these regions. So overall, we are tracking quite a bit for your Saturday and heading into Sunday. A severe weather threat that continues for portions of the Central Plains. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings already in place. There's also a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in Kentucky and West Virginia. as we speak, and you're seeing this for areas in, specifically the Jackson, Kentucky National Weather Service has issued this for Bell County in Kentucky, Knox County, McCreary County, and even Whitley County until 5 p.m. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning that is being warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. There may be some minor damage to roofs, some minor tree damage as well, and this is moving at 50 miles per hour, and this is for Williamsburg, Kentucky. There on 75, Highway 75, going through Kentucky. And the other severe thunderstorm warning that we're tracking is just to the north of that, and this goes until 4:45 for southeastern Laurel County, Knox County, Osley, and Clay counties. And this is also being warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and we are expecting damage to roofs with these areas. So you're seeing that extension of those severe thunderstorm warnings into the northern portions of Kentucky, and then we're still tracking the severe thunderstorm warning that's issued in place for Muscle Shoals, Florence, Alabama, Lexington, Alabama as well. So a lot to track this evening. And if this is current conditions right now, which we're talking about, so not only is it severe weather on one side of the front, on the other side of the front, we're tracking winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories, dangerous wind chills that could drop below 10. It will feel like below 10 in some of these regions, and even maybe even lower than that. So this is why it's something I want to keep in mind as well and tell you about, especially if you live in anywhere in those regions. So let's show you exactly where all the tornado watches at least are in place right now, shifting gears back to the severe weather threat that we're tracking. And this is a whole area, a wide variety of area there, from even northern Louisiana, that includes you in Monroe, Louisiana, Shreveport, Louisiana, El Dorado, Arkansas, just a little bit south of Pine Bluff there, Greenville, Arkansas. This also includes Madison, Mississippi, Meridian, Mississippi, Columbus, Mississippi, and Fulton, Mississippi. And into Alabama, you're seeing from Huntsville this tornado watch. So tornado watches for areas in northern Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi go until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. The tornado watch to the east of that in Huntsville goes until 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and that includes areas in west and eastern Tennessee. Nashville, your tornado watch goes until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you still got another 3 hours on this watch. Now, what this means is I always like to talk about the differences between watches and warnings. It's always important to note the differences, because when it says a tornado watch, it means be prepared for any type of severe weather up until the watch expires. Now, this may happen after, but at least 8 p.m. Central Standard Time is the time that everyone in this red shaded area should really be paying attention to the weather. Although nothing is imminent now. When we get a tornado warning, it means seek shelter immediately. There's rotation indicated within that storm system, so it means to take shelter at the current moment. Now, that's something I just want to reiterate every time I show you this map, because it can get a little bit confusing in some instances. But you guys in this area, you've seen rounds and rounds of severe weather over the past couple of weeks, and this is just another one that you really need to be paying close attention to over the next coming hours. So timing it out for the rest of the afternoon, we're already starting to see some storms forming across portions of northern Alabama and even portions of Mississippi. So you're seeing that heading into the next 30 minutes, a line of storms as well to the west of Memphis. But we're also seeing some of those isolated cells starting to form north of Louisiana. This is the area I was concerned about earlier, and they finally put a tornado watch. So anywhere from northern Louisiana to southern Arkansas, that tornado watch until 8 p.m. because we are seeing indications of possible supercell formation there, or I should say isolated supercells there in those areas. But of course, as we time it out throughout the rest of your afternoon, Huntsville, Alabama, I am seeing also indications of some isolated storm threat there, and this is why they're also under that tornado watch. So something to keep in mind from 10 p.m. looks like to 11, maybe as early as 9 p.m. is what the timestamp is for these storms to come in. Although you're going to get a lot of moisture coming in earlier, don't let that catch you off guard, because although a lot of that moisture does move in earlier, you may see this threat even after 10 to 11 there Central Standard Time. And that's in form of some pretty gusty winds, thunderstorms, as well as it is pretty muggy across the southeast. Dew points are pretty high, especially for this time of year. Very abnormal saturated air that's over that area, as well as those warm temperatures. And as we get clearing skies there, that's why we're seeing this risk even greater for those regions. Although sunset here is a little bit earlier during this time of year, which is some good news. It may help with that storm formation, or may help with inhibit that storm formation in those regions. But let's take a look at what's going on across the rest of the overnight and into the evening. So you're seeing that line of storms. Looks like it does become a little bit more robust as we're getting more of those new models to come in. It looks like that line of storms will come into North Georgia at least as of 2:30 this morning, and that stretches into portions of even Birmingham, Alabama. But usually with these lines of storms, we could also see some embedded rotation within this line. Just something to keep in mind. If you live anywhere in central Alabama, that may be an indication that you also need to heed the warnings. Make sure that you have your alerts on during the evening, because they may be life-saving in some of these instances. But this is 2:30 overnight hours, and take a look at how that line moves through areas of Metro Atlanta as early as 4 to 5 a.m. Now, this is showing up a little bit stronger than what I saw earlier in the earlier model runs, so that's an indication that this may be have some sort of intensification as we get into the 5 o'clock hour. Although it is a line of storms, Metro Atlanta has already seen, even as of yesterday, tornadoes over the area, just because of how saturated the atmosphere has been over this region. And it wasn't a high risk like it was, or enhanced risk as it was today. That's why it's always important, no matter what type of weather risk you have, especially for this time of year, it's always important to keep track of the weather and have those alerts on at any time, because severe weather can strike at any time, and it's important to have those alerts. So of course, 5 o'clock a.m. at Metro Atlanta, you're going to get the brunt of the storm between 5 to 6, I would say, in this region, and this stretches into portions of the mid-Atlantic and even North Carolina into central Alabama. And then as we time it out even further, by 7 o'clock a.m., a lot of it behind it is some scattered shower activity, but this moves into central Georgia and even portions of the Gulf Coast. And then eventually, as we get into the later portion of the day, this starts to weaken a little, but I am seeing indications of possibly severe thunderstorms for portions of the panhandle of Florida into portions of the mid-Atlantic. So that's that area that also has a risk of severe weather, a marginal risk, but it's still a risk of severe weather heading into tomorrow. So not only are we seeing it today, but as this line pushes through portions of the mid-Atlantic, it's something to keep in mind. We may have some embedded tornadoes within these systems as well. And I'm seeing that indication within the panhandle of Florida there as early as 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern time there for those areas. And that continues heading into the afternoon. And this is Sunday, 3 p.m. So this is 4 p.m. for the panhandle of Florida, 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. I know some of you guys are in Central Time there in the Panhandle and even in Southern Georgia. So this is why we're going to keep tracking the severe weather even heading into tomorrow, because North Carolina, you have the risk of that, and even heading into portions of Florida, Southern Georgia, and maybe even the coast of Alabama. But right behind it is that cold air, snow mixing in, sleet. Nashville, you're going to go from severe weather today to possibly seeing some snow flurries into tomorrow afternoon because of that frigid cold air that's moving in. So it's something to keep in mind. Not only do you have to pay attention today, but tomorrow as well, with that winter weather coming into play. So a lot to track for you guys heading into the rest of this evening and even into tomorrow. Always stay tuned with us. We'll keep you up to date. It looks like we did get Aaron's JJack storm feed to come back there. Can you confirm with me, Damien, if we have his feedback? Okay. It's typically when we have Aaron out in the field, we do tend to get some signal coverage lost there because of how remote these areas are. But this is why we always reiterate, professionals should always go out and storm chase, because they are more familiar with this kind of stuff. Losing internet, they know their way around during these kinds of situations. And Aaron JJack definitely isn't a good example of that. But he's on the ground for us, chasing the severe weather threat that we have ongoing in Tennessee. And from what I'm seeing in his feed, at least what we last got from him, is there's a lot of cloud coverage there, but he is on a storm that's starting to come up in the Tennessee area. I'm not seeing any indications of rotation with that particular storm, but he's tracking it right now. Looks like we're seeing completely covered skies there but doesn't mean we won't get any sort of rotation with this sort of system. And he's out chasing in Tennessee, which is a very winter-like scene. I was saying this earlier. It's very weird to see this type of severe weather threat for the first day of the new year, and with the scene looking like winter all across those areas, but with a severe weather threat. Definitely weird to see for this time of year. But of course, severe weather can always strike at any moment, and which is why we always reiterate that anytime we go live for severe weather, after rounds, would seem rounds and rounds of severe weather. It seemed like we had a severe weather threat every week of December. And then now we're heading into 2020 with a new severe weather threat into portions of the Central Plains, and that will continue into tomorrow for portions of the Mid-Atlantic and Southeast. So always heed those warnings no matter what time of year it is. It does seem like we can get severe weather at any point, even if it's December or January to kick off the year. And of course, this is not normal, typical for at least severe weather to happen during this time of year, but you're seeing that all across radar right now. No indications of any tornado warnings, which is some good news, but we are seeing several severe thunderstorm warnings in place, especially one moving closer into Alabama and into that Tennessee border there as we speak. And I'm going to check for velocity to see if we're seeing any indications of rotation within this storm system as we turn on the Huntsville radar there. And let's see if we can get that to come on. Looks like not, so we'll turn on this radar to see this particular storm system. So right now I'm seeing maybe a minor indication of some sort of rotation. If you can see where that green and red come together in this region, as they have expired some of that warning there, but we're still seeing that severe thunderstorm warning until 4 p.m. for areas of Lauderdale, Alabama. It's moving at 45 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And there's a tornado watch until 7 p.m. for this region. So we'll be watching the storm pretty closely, but Aaron is on another storm here that he's tracking in portions of Tennessee. So we're going to turn on that general radar to get a glimpse of what we're seeing there. So you can kind of see how those storms are starting to form pretty quickly there, and some individual storms already in central Alabama there. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of watch there within the next coming hours as we are tracking these storms to come through, and we're already starting to see some severe thunderstorm warnings in portions of Mississippi, where this area you're actually under a tornado watch. So this particular severe thunderstorm warning is in Noxubee County in central Mississippi and Kemper County until 4:15 p.m. So you still have at least another 45 minutes on this warning. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail are the main threats with this. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning just to the northeast of Philadelphia, Mississippi there, DeKalb, Mississippi. It's going over areas of Macon, Mississippi, and Chautauqua, Mississippi as well. Sorry if I mispronounced that particular city. But we're also starting to see at least some storms starting to come up in Louisiana. This is another area I was concerned about because we have been focusing a lot on the central portion of Tennessee there, but I also want to make you aware of these conditions across central and northern Louisiana and even southern Arkansas, because they are actually under a slight risk of severe weather. They're not in that enhanced severe risk of severe weather, but doesn't mean you can't get rotation if you're not in that particular zone. So this just is a good indication that we are probably or are bound to see some sort of rotation within these storms and may form a tornado at any point here in northern Louisiana. So that includes Monroe, Louisiana, Ruston, Louisiana, and even portions of Bossier City, Louisiana, and southern Arkansas, El Dorado, Arkansas, Magnolia, Arkansas, and just to the south there of Pine Bluff, Arkansas as well. So a lot of areas that we're watching this afternoon. It's a wide variety. A lot of people are going to be affected by some sort of weather today, especially in the eastern half of the country, where we're seeing snow on the northern half in the Midwest from Chicago to portions of Nebraska and even Kansas. Wind chill warnings, dangerous wind chills stretching all the way into the plains of Texas, central Oklahoma, and even the panhandle of Oklahoma, Kansas, and stretching into portions of Missouri there. So a lot to keep in mind, especially if you're not being affected by the severe weather. Maybe you're going to be affected by the snow on the backside of it, or maybe you're being affected by the snow but not the severe weather, because the severe weather is ahead of you. Just something to keep in mind. A lot of you are going to see some sort of weather over the next coming days, especially as that cold air tracks into portions of the southeast, where we're going to see frigid cold temperatures coming into play as well. So let's give you another quick update on what's going on with what's that tornado watches that we have in place, just to give you more perspective. I know I've been showing you a lot of the radar, but I do like to show you this just to give you more of a detailed timeline of where we're seeing these tornado watches. So tornado watches in this area is actually Louisiana, where it says Monroe, that's Louisiana, El Dorado, Arkansas, until where it says 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. That includes Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. We also are seeing a tornado watch for portions of northern Alabama until 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time for areas in eastern Tennessee. And then Nashville, you're still in this tornado watch until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. And a lot of central Tennessee is until 6 p.m. Bowling Green, you're not in that tornado watch anymore. But what you do need to be aware of is the amount of rainfall that you're going to see over the next coming hours. Because although the severe weather threat is over for these areas to the north, it doesn't mean that you're not going to see any sort of weather threat. The weather threat that you really need to be watching is the possibility of some localized flooding. A lot of these rivers are already overflowing from the rain that you've been seeing today, and so the localized flooding threat is really a high risk as well. So just something to keep in mind in these regions. Not only are we going to see severe weather, but flooding also is a major risk that we're going to see with these particular storms. Now, tracking it out and timing it out, if you're just now tuning in, Damien, let me know if there's any specific questions, as well, as I don't really have a clear visualization of what questions you're asking. But Damien's always good at telling me what you guys ask there in the chat, especially if it's important information. But we are going to track this out over the course of the next coming hours here, and we're going to track it out. So here it is, 4 p.m. Here in the next coming minutes there. You're seeing a couple of indications of some discrete cells forming to the south of Huntsville, Alabama. And I'm looking at this and I'm seeing that this is where the possibility where we may have some of those warnings go up. But as we track it out, so 4 p.m. to about 5, I think, if you're in western Tennessee, is the time frame to be watching out, especially in northern Louisiana. Eastern Texas, I think too, you might have the possibility. It's up on that very fine line, because Eastern Texas, you do typically see some of these storms start to rotate. They may start to rotate in Eastern Texas and then come into play in northern Louisiana. Just something to keep in mind as well. And then as we track it out throughout the rest of the evening, you're seeing all of the rain behind this. So that's where that flooding risk exists, but also those discrete cells forming at 7 p.m. near and around Huntsville, Alabama. And then as we get into 8 p.m., that line is moving pretty slowly. And this is why we have the concern for flooding in these regions because of that. So as we play it out, that's where we still see the severe risk coming into play there. And then as we time it out for the next coming hours, by 11 p.m., that's when we're going to see a lot of thunderstorm activity possible here. This stretches into portions of Louisiana, into Mississippi, and then into Alabama as well. Huntsville, Alabama, you're going to have rounds and rounds, I think, of storms heading into the rest of today and into the overnight, and then eventually into central Alabama. So Birmingham, you're included in this. North Georgia, and then as we get into the early morning hours, Atlanta, Metro Atlanta. And I always mention them because this is a heavy populated city, as well as Birmingham. But Metro Atlanta, you'll see that severe risk of storms between 4 to 5 to 6 a.m. So really, I think that time period, you really need to be watching out for these storms. It'll create some localized flooding within these regions, especially if the winds are gusty. You may see some down trees. It's going to be a pretty active overnight for you guys in this area. And then as we push into the later morning hours, it'll eventually reach central Georgia, so Macon as well, but a lot of it will fall as rain. But I think as we get more of that daytime heating to come up, that's when we see more of a risk of tornadoes, maybe a quick spin of tornadoes as we get into at least noon into 3 p.m. Eastern time for these regions. So something to keep in mind as well. I'm seeing indications of maybe some discrete storms there, especially in the Panhandle, Florida, and South Georgia, and maybe even along the coast there in South Carolina and North Carolina. There's something I always like to mention. I know a lot of you guys live in and around the North Carolina area, a lot of Floridians too, maybe in the Panhandle there. That come down south for that. Just something to keep in mind. Panama City, it looks like you're going to see an active afternoon tomorrow, especially with all of what's going on there. But Damien, if we can pull up where Matt Capucci. So Matt Capucci is great in sending us videos, and I want to show you where he's at. He also explains it very well. But whenever you get a chance, Damien, let me know, and we can pull up his feed so we could see where exactly he is. And of course, he's out chasing these storms in Huntsville, in and around Huntsville, Alabama. He might have moved as they do with storm chasing, but he has some pretty good shots of what he was seeing there on the ground. Although nothing is tornado warned, we are seeing indications of maybe some slight spin in this. I think he saw a wild cloud earlier. Yeah. Let's do his video that he sent to us, and he's sending on. Yes. Okay.
All right, gang, here we go. My radar meteorologist, Matt Capucci. This is the inflow notch. Air rushing in to feel the storm. Over there, that wraparound, that could actually very well be the circulation right there. In fact, that is the circulation. Wow, you're watching some tight rotation near Muscle Shoals, Alabama. I'm going to step back over here. That's the obvious rotation right there. And to be honest, I am surprised there's not a tornado warning on this yet. That rotation is moving directly towards us, if not a little bit to our north. Watching that very closely. Precipitation wrapping around. I'm gonna have to get inside real soon with my camera equipment, but wow, this is remarkable. Having seen how much it's evolved in just the past minute and a half, yeah, that spin is moving right in our general direction. It's cool, you can see the precip rushing northwards, and of course the RFD right there wrapping back around. We're gonna relocate into a safer position in just a moment. Is that something on the ground? No, it's tough to tell. Just a flock of birds. But yeah, there's the spin.
Yeah, so that was meteorologist Matthew Capucci. He was near Muscle Shoals, Alabama. So that was actually that storm that I was showing you just earlier, where I hinted at it had some slight indication of rotation. And he even said it. He was surprised he didn't warn it, just because there were indications of that rotation there. So let's actually turn on the radar, because they still have a severe thunderstorm warning on this particular storm. And for perspective, again, this is in Alabama, near Muscle Shoals, Alabama, just to the west of Huntsville, where they're still seeing a severe thunderstorm warning on this particular storm. So if we turn on the Huntsville radar there, and actually I'll do the one in Mississippi there so you can see what we're seeing on the ground now. But we were seeing, so there, actually in the previous scans, you're seeing that slight indication of rotation over Muscle Shoals there. And I'll actually pause it there. So this is actually at 4:30 p.m. and you're seeing that slight indication. So this is that zone, this right here over close to Muscle Shoals there, and that's what he was talking about. And then as we play it out, looks like the velocity did weaken just a little bit, but it's still showing up in the latest scan there. Very weak velocity, but this is why they're warning it for a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that was over Muscle Shoals, Alabama, and they're warning it for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. So you're still seeing that sort of indication of rotation there. Nothing, of course, confirmed on the ground, but we still have a severe thunderstorm warning on this particular storm. Again, this goes at least until 4 o'clock p.m. So you still have another 5 minutes on this storm. We'll see if they actually end up extending this severe thunderstorm warning, because we are starting to get a little bit more of an indication of rotation there. But again, there you see it right over Muscle Shoals, and that's where our meteorologist Matthew Capucci was earlier today. And you're seeing that move over that area and then eventually make its way into portions of Killeen, Alabama, Lexington, Alabama, and Anderson, Alabama. You're just right outside of this warning box zone, but you're about to get in on this heavy rain and wind, and you can really see it right now. Heavy rain moving right over your area. So this whole area is actually being warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts again, and heavy rain as well that's moving in through your area. And of course, this whole area, this yellow box that you see that stretches from portions of Louisiana into Kentucky, those are all tornado watches. And so that means conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes, but nothing imminent as of right now. But that was some good perspective of seeing what Matthew Cappucci was seeing on the ground, especially with that rotation. This is why we always like to have our meteorologists on the ground, because you can really see if the storm is spinning or not. Because, I mean, we could get a lot of data from the radar, but it's always helpful to have eyes and ears on a particular storm system, because sometimes radar doesn't pick up on everything. So that was a good picture that we were seeing from our meteorologist, Matthew Cappucci, who's on the ground chasing these storms. And of course, as soon as we get Aaron Jajak's feed back, we'll try to play it. It's really hard, especially out in the field, as there's not a lot of signal, especially for these types of events, and especially in very rural areas where you don't really see a lot of Wi-Fi or cell service out there. So it looks like we do have our storm chaser Aaron Jajak back. So just taking a quick look at what he's seeing now. There's a lot of cloud coverage there. I'm not seeing if he's on any particular storm system. There might be one just to the horizon there, but there's something else to notice too is there's a lot of tree coverage in these regions, which makes storm chasing for people who aren't experienced a little dangerous. Of course, our storm chaser Aaron Jajak, true professional in his field of storm chasing, always giving us good perspective of what he's seeing on the ground. But looks like he's on the move, and we'll go to him here. But again, stay tuned for us. We'll give you the updates if there's any particular tornado warnings issued, anything that's confirmed on the ground. And of course, we'll continue to share Matthew Cappucci's video that he's seeing on our social media feed. Make sure to follow us on those areas if you want to see what they're up to. We're posting constantly updates on what's going on as well, and we'll catch you back here on the stream here if there's any imminent warnings that you should be aware of. But right now, we'll take Aaron Jajak's storm chasing feed. Looks like he is on the ground in Tennessee and tracking a storm that's in his distance.
Reissue it. Guess I'll get the bird in the air. Might as well. Nothing else going on. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, not looking too good.
Keep up with that very first storm the whole way here?
The one that went north?
Yeah, the one that went into Tennessee close to where did you start like around here? I started like around Florence. I actually kept up with that storm for an hour. But
No, I was on that. I didn't get on it right down by Florence. I came across Tennessee and got on it as it came up. And then I followed it a little bit to the east and then let it go. And then,
good around Florence.
yeah. Yeah, they've been looking good around Florence. And as they get east of Florence, yeah. Yeah, this one's not looking as good either now. I think I screwed up my drone. I was flying it in the rain.
Is that the
Camera's all weird now.
what
It's a Mavic Pro. Yeah, it's bigger than that.
That's not
Yeah. Well, it's great like that. It's just a little bigger. But the smart control, does yours have the smart controller? Yeah, I used to have the phone. It was just a pain in the ass. I got sick of swapping the phone over.
I have two phones, so it's easy. I just dedicate
Yeah,
it. I actually just got it for this year. I think here is a game changer. Like, in the planes, you don't like here.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I've got 3 phones at different services, so depending on where I'm at. Plus, I live stream with 2 of the phones, and then one I use for like navigation. Well, it was mostly Hurricane Laura, but I did it here first, and it got taxi, and then Laura, I went and ripped it all off.
Do you cross the border every time, or do you have a moment?
Well, I'm a resident of South Dakota right now, because you don't. So they have like I'm basically I'm a digital nomad basically. So I'm not a Canadian resident anymore. So I can only visit.
Is it because South Dakota has?
They don't have income state income tax.
That's what I thought. It's Wyoming also.
Do they not have state income tax? Yeah, I don't know. They're real good with like the digital nomad stuff. So like you can just really easily get a driver's license and license plate.
It's actually a reason why I took my permanent residence to my mom's place in Florida, so I don't have to pay state.
They don't have state there as well. Yeah.
This car has got
Yeah. No, that's smart. So I was thinking about my next chase vehicle will go to Montana because they don't have sales tax there. But I think they'll tax you when you register it in your other different state. But it's really like in Colorado to register my vehicle to renew it was like $300 or $400. In South Dakota it was like $60. That was another reason. It's also cheaper for insurance and stuff. You think it's gonna stuff coming up
always
on
gets going here at night.
Yeah, it does.
Something's gonna happen. Maybe that's
Just too much cat thing, huh? Some lightning maybe now. It's thunder. Yeah, they haven't even been producing lightning or anything. No.
drop the severe, which means that like up top is blowing down.
Yeah.
The only report is I think someone screwed up and accidentally did the tornado report, but they reported the whole time.
Oh, on Spotter Network.
That's the only one.
I think my camera's clearing up. It was all foggy.
reached. Maximum flight altitude reached. Maximum flight altitude reached. Maximum flight altitude. Maximum flight altitude reached. 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 Low band. Maximum flight altitude reached. 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 Maximum flight altitude reached.
Hey, all, meteorologist Erica Lopez. We did lose Aaron's feed, but I also want to give you an update. We actually do have a confirmed tornado on the ground as we speak, and that was actually that storm that Aaron was chasing. This is just to the north of Alabama there. It's on the Tennessee border. This is currently our only tornado warning that's in place right now. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground located 7 miles northwest of Ardmore or 10 miles southeast of Pulaski, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Of course, if you're in Elkton right now, this storm is moving over your area. So we're actually going to turn on the velocity layer here and not seeing any broad indications of rotation, but there has been a confirmed tornado on the ground there. And let's see if we can see any sort of debris ball signature there. So I'm seeing a little bit of slight hints of that on the correlation coefficient there. It looks like they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning within this region. Of course, again, this is in Tennessee. If you're just now tuning in, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. If we have eyes on that, as soon as we get Aaron's feedback, Damien, I do want to show a little bit of what he's seeing. He might actually see the tornado. And let me know if he sees anything on his stream. But again, this is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground, and this is in Tennessee as we speak. And this is exactly for southeastern Giles County until 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Of course, this is moving at 50 miles per hour. I think this warning has a little bit more time on it, actually. But of course, this is a tornado warning. And this is for areas in Tennessee, and we're seeing this located 7 miles northeast of Ardmore, 10 miles southeast of Pulaski, moving at northeast at 50 miles per hour. And this is between Interstate 65, between mile markers 1 and 12. So these areas, watch out for. Looks like our storm chaser, Aaron Jack, right now, if we can pull his feed up while I'm talking over this, Damien, that would be great. But you're seeing his live feed right now. He's on the ground chasing this particular storm system. It doesn't look like we're seeing anything on the ground right now. Of course, this is in Tennessee. Aaron has been on the storm for quite a bit of time. And earlier, actually, it looked pretty good because of the shelf cloud that was coming in, at least from the top of the storm system, but I wasn't seeing any particular tornado on the ground. But of course, this is a confirmed on the ground. And if I can get more on this, let's see, observed, and it was 7 miles again of northwest of Ardmore, 10 miles southeast of Pulaski, moving at 50 miles per hour. And if I go in, let's see if they're seeing any more issues there on that area. But again, this is a confirmed tornado. We're going to turn on velocity there, and you're seeing it in the broad area there. But if we turn on this other radar, let's see if we can get a better picture of where that velocity is on this particular one. And with this, the problem with this area, it's so rural. There's not really an exact radar on this area, but if we turn on the Huntsville, Alabama radar, you can kind of see where the rotation is there within that storm system. It looks like they did allow that particular warning to expire just now, as it's not showing up on the radar app as we speak. But of course, this is earlier an indication of a confirmed tornado that was on the ground with this particular storm. But they did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning on this storm, and this one goes at least until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. And this is for areas just to the west of Huntsville, northwest of Huntsville. This includes Elkmont, Alabama. It's going into Ardmore there, and even Rogersville. So I actually want to see if it's having some sort of indication of spinning within this particular storm system. These storms are firing off pretty quickly this afternoon, so definitely one to watch. Right now, I'm not seeing any indication of rotation. What I am seeing, though, is a storm right over areas in Mississippi, where I am seeing a little bit of rotation within that system. And this particular severe thunderstorm warning is for Tishomingo County in northeastern Mississippi until 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. So you still have about another 30 minutes on the storm. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Damaging wind gusts are, of course, always possible with these particular storms. And again, I am seeing a little bit of an indication of rotation with this this particular storm. Again, this is in Mississippi, so something to watch out for here within the next coming minutes, especially if you're in the cities of Tishomingo. That storm system is about to roll through your area, pad in there. And this is right on the border of Mississippi and Alabama. So as this storm treks into portions of northern Alabama, it's definitely one to watch, especially if we're already seeing indications of rotation within this particular storm system. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on the velocity or the regular radar there. And you're seeing these storm systems firing up individually. This is why I'm concerned about this area. And I don't know if you remember, but earlier we were talking about some indications of these storms starting to fire near Birmingham. And they thankfully have issued a new tornado watch that does include the Birmingham metro area, at least until 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you're in these areas, really need to be watching out. Looks like storms are firing off pretty quickly as we speak in these regions as well. And something especially to be mindful in those regions. So a wide variety of areas under particular tornado watches. And then right now, I'm not seeing any new tornado warnings on the ground, except for the one that I was talking about earlier that did have a confirmed tornado with it. But it looks like it has since lifted, and we're just now watching areas of severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, these severe thunderstorm warnings are firing fast, and they may have indications of some sort of rotation within them. This is why they have issued those tornado watches for you guys that live from anywhere in northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, northern Mississippi, stretching into parts of Alabama, and eastern Tennessee, and even eastern Kentucky there. These are the regions that really need to heed these warnings once you hear them. But right now, be on alert for any of these to go off at any moment. Another severe thunderstorm warning we're watching is one in Kansas. And this is specifically in Harlan County, Leslie County, Letcher County, Perry County, and Knott County in Kentucky until 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you have about at least another 30 minutes on this particular severe thunderstorm warning. Hazards with this is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And I'm going to see if we have any indication of rotation with this storm as well, because sometimes they issue severe thunderstorm warnings with the possibility of some tornado that could form, or they issued a tornado warning. So let's turn on another radar that's a little bit closer, that gives us more of a wide span variety with this storm system. So it looks like this one's not reaching that one. But again, of course, we are watching these areas to see if they have any sort of velocity on them at all. And then we're seeing that here as we get this radar scan to load. Right now, I'm not seeing any indications of velocity, but maybe an indication of some strong winds with this particular storm system that's being warned in Kentucky. And that's in that red shaded area and that yellow shaded area, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving over this region. Again, this is Kentucky heading into the city of Blackley, Kentucky, in those regions. So something to keep in mind if you live anywhere in and around this area. And right now we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in place now. And so we're going to get back to Aaron's feed because I want to see what he's seeing on the ground right now. No tornado warnings issued, but we may get a newly issued one here. And if we do, of course, we'll give you updates if anything is confirmed on the ground. But Damien, if we can take Aaron's live feed now and see what he's seeing on the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, it's coming up through Rogersville. Yeah.
On that river.
Should cross a little bit further south, just a couple miles south here. Yeah, it hasn't been too bad so far. Not like I was expecting it to be worse, so that's good. It hasn't been as bad.
Well, I went down here to the store, stopped at 2 different stores, can't get no gas.
Oh yeah, why is that?
Everything's out. Wi-Fi and all that, and I guess it works the gas pumps.
Oh, to the south? Interesting.
Yellow. Oh, it just pulled up and
All right, take care. Storm is looking better than one I just passed.
Alright, I'll go. Maybe I should have stayed on it.
Doesn't look as good in the next scan.
Critically low battery.
Hold on, guys, on Facebook. I'll be back. I gotta tweet something out. Hold on. This phone is ticking me off. It's starting to look like. I think I'm gonna put the drone away. It's getting dark. In Alabama now, Altamont, Alabama.
radar meteorologist Matthew Capucci on the Tennessee River, awaiting one of the final discrete supercell-esque storms today. A lot of storms have really struggled to fire, really struggled to produce anything other than some gusty winds. The tornado threat not nearly as high as originally anticipated. The reason being twofold: warm air at mid-levels and an outflow boundary, or the leading edge of cool air exhaust, that has since sagged south across central Tennessee and parts of northern Alabama. So a lot of storms are kind of trying to form, then they fall behind the outflow boundary, they're undercut, they get kind of cooled off, and as a result, they have less fuel to work with. So that may be the case later on tonight. The tornado threat is still non-zero. Shear is increasing, the change of wind speed and direction with height is increasing. But that said, the amount of instability, the juice out here is fading. We're falling back in the 60s right here. It's a little bit cooler, and ultimately, this one off to my west right now may be the last real discrete supercell before a dying squall line moves east later on tonight. So I don't want to say we dodged the bullet yet because we're not done, but that said, there are encouraging trends. You still have to monitor the weather though, especially on nights like this.
Hey, thank you, Cody Christopherson. It's good to see you again, Cody. This chase might be done, you guys. Nobody bought a mug today. That's so sad. So sad. You guys see what you're missing here? Let me show you what you're missing. Chase your passion. In black. I'm gonna go to the Hilton Garden Inn in Huntsville. I'm done. Wore out. Maybe intercept this last storm coming. Or just go to Huntsville and wait for some storms to come to me. Tired. Tired and hungry. Screwed. Done. I got nothing left. Actually have a decent meal tonight, maybe. Instead of McDonald's. Yeah, I'm just gonna let storms come to me in Huntsville now. where that damn light is coming. Oh, it's my hotspot. That's where that damn blue. I was wondering where that blue light was coming from. Anyway, we have more people watching this stream before the storm started than during. What the hell happened? No, unfortunately, I've never seen anything before that can't be explained. I wish I did. I keep looking out for it, but I don't ever see shit. Crap. Probably should let this severe storm come up to me here. I'll stop and wait for it in this town, I guess. Pack up my stuff. Oh, that was my turn back there anyway. Stop right here! Oh, I finally saw some lightning. Oh, wait, right here in this parking lot. That Columbus storm's torn now. Got a decent cup in it. Little cup lip. Storm's taking its sweet time to get here, though. Alright, I'm gonna pack some stuff up. Take my snow boots off. I've been wearing them for the last 2 days non-stop. Put my hiking boots back on now. It's hot. some thinner socks too. I got thick smart wool socks on. Can hear the frogs. He's got buzzed by a bug too. I haven't seen a bug in 4 months. Out of those boots finally.
Hey, all meteorologist Erica Lopez. Let me know where you're watching from this evening. We lost storm chaser Aaron Jajak's feedback here. He's live in Tennessee chasing these storms, and we can get him back. We'll see if we can. He's having some technical issues out there, but I do want to give you a quick update on what's going on, at least in terms of the severe weather threat. Now, we do have a couple of tornado warnings in place right now as we speak. And if we take a look at what's going on the MyRadar app, it's pretty active right now. We do have an ongoing tornado warning for areas in Mississippi. This actually includes Starkville, Mississippi. And this goes into effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time for Clay and Loudon counties in Mississippi. Of course, nothing is confirmed on the ground right now, but there are indications of rotation with this particular storm system. Now, if I turn on the radar there so we can see what we're seeing on radar. So there you have it. There are the individual storms that we've been tracking in association with this tornado warning. It looks like it did have a brief instance of a hook echo in the latest scan here. So if I pause this, that's an interesting feature here. You can kind of see it there in a very brief instance of that, but I also want to see what's going on with the velocity. Again, these are premium features you can access on the MyRadar app. Now, if we take a look, now I'm timing this out to see if I can see any indication of rotation. So there actually is an indication. This happened just a couple of minutes ago. And you're seeing that indication of rotation there. That's actually when we saw that slight hook echo within this system. But there you see it again. This is the current scan. This is the newest scan there. And looks like the velocity is moving into portions of Alabama as we speak. This particular tornado warning is right on the edge of Mississippi moving into Alabama. So actually, wouldn't be surprised if we did see an extension of this tornado warning into portions of Alabama as we speak. So turning on the correlation coefficient, this really gives us an idea to see if there's any sort of debris ball signature within this particular cell. And I'm not seeing any indication of that, which is some good news, but the velocity does look pretty sharp there. And you're seeing that coming over the state of Alabama. So it'll be interesting to see if they actually do end up extending this particular warning over the next coming hours. So I'm actually going to take a quick look to see if there are any updates on the National Weather Service there. And it looks like right now it's just radar indicated tornado warning. And this has been, let's see, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Bent Oak there. And we're going to take a look at another warning that's actually just a little bit north there in Tennessee. And this is the newest tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service in Huntsville, Alabama. And if we take a look at our composite reflectivity, you're seeing it there. And so again, this is actually in Tennessee. This is in for Moore and northern Franklin counties until 6:00 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you still got another 2 minutes on this. Oh, looks like they just canceled that warning. So that warning has officially expired. Doesn't look like they're seeing any more indication of rotation there, but we are still seeing a couple severe thunderstorm warnings with the possibility of some sort of rotation. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts continue for portions of Tennessee. And you're seeing that wide variety of storm stretch there. But what you're also noticing is this other red shaded area. These are all flash flood warnings. And we've been talking about the risk of flash flooding all evening long. And this will continue into the rest of the evening as well. So something to keep in mind in these areas. And now we're going to take it back to this tornado warning that's still ongoing for portions of Mississippi, as we are seeing indications of velocity within this. Of course, always love using the MyRadar, different parameters of what we can see on the radar. And this is velocity, which gives us an indication of if there's any sort of rotation within this particular storm system. And I am still seeing that, especially with the latest scan on radar. And this is heading into portions of Alabama right now, as it's right over the border of Alabama and Mississippi and this warning. So if you're anywhere to the west of this warning, so Columbus, it looks like you're out of this rotation zone, but you're still seeing a lot of rain coming into your area. Maybe a little bit of thunder as well this evening coming into your regions. But these storms are starting to line up pretty quickly as you're seeing it over the general radar. So I'll turn on the high def radar. We are seeing those storms starting to congeal just a little bit. So that's could be some good news, at least in terms of the potential of seeing tornadoes later on this evening. I still want to remind you, though, we still have the threat of that. We're still seeing tornado warnings, and that is why we have these tornado watches in place. A newly issued one recently from the National Weather Service in Birmingham, or I should say the Storm Prediction Center issued it for the area in Birmingham until 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. So that means at least until 10 p.m. this evening, you have the chance of seeing rotation within these storm systems this evening. So something I just want to keep you aware of as we're still continuing to track these storms the rest of the evening. So let's actually take it to that graphic that shows you that really wide range of area that is under a severe, or I should say a tornado watch. And now this actually, they expired this tornado watch for Nashville since it's past the 6 p.m. Central Standard Time zone that has officially been allowed to expire. And this is within the last minute in this area. But it doesn't mean you're out of the threat of weather. We still may see some localized flooding with these storm systems that are coming into this region. And then even portions of central Alabama, you're going to be seeing the potential of tornadoes later on, at least until 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. And northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas at least until 8 p.m. Central Time this evening. So if we time it out on the future radar, just to give you a little bit of a perspective of what's going to happen later on this evening. So heading into the next hour for you guys out in the Central Time Zone, this is really the area, the time zone, or the time you should be paying attention if you're anywhere in northern Louisiana. That's where I'm seeing indications of some individual cells starting to form over that area, but looks like a lot of it will start to congeal into a line. And even across portions of Huntsville, at least until 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, there's going to be a lot of rain, a lot of lightning up until that point. And then we may see some embedded rotation within this line of storms. So if we play it out over the next coming hours, as early as 1 a.m. Central Alabama, looks like it is moving a little bit faster, which could be some good news, at least in terms of the flooding potential. But that still exists in these areas. And then as we time it out for Birmingham, it looks like early morning hours, we're still on time for that at Metro Atlanta time that they will see this rain, especially with winds and the potential of some isolated rotation within this particular line of storms. And especially in these areas stretching from central Alabama to even portions of North Georgia, because the grounds have been so saturated. With gusty winds like this, it could really knock down some trees. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some power outages in association with this particular line of storms. And I'm still watching for that even as we speak this evening across central portions of the country. But timing it out early this morning, that's when the line of storms will push through Metro Atlanta and even Metro just south of the Metro of Birmingham. And then as we time it out for the later portion of the afternoon into the evening, that's when we see this line start to weaken. But take a look at what happens ahead of it. A lot of moist air is still ahead of this line, especially if you're near to the Gulf Coast states. And that's where I'm a little bit concerned, because even though we still have a marginal risk of severe weather heading into tomorrow, they do or are highlighting it for the potential of seeing some rotation within these storms. So this is as early as 10 a.m. Tomorrow morning. And then as we play it out, you can see some individual storms starting to form, especially in the early afternoon from the Florida Panhandle, South Alabama, and South Georgia. And this is where we may see the potential of some rotating thunderstorms there. Just something to keep in mind, especially closer to the coastal areas. And this still plays out at least through 6 p.m. tomorrow afternoon with a marginal risk. Although it's not one of the highest risks you can still get some rotation and spinning within these storms. So this is why with any severe weather risk, it's always important to take it with seriously and always have a plan with any sort of severe weather, because you still may get some spin within these particular storm systems. Now, behind this front particularly is what we're watching for, that cold, frigid air to come in. We've been talking about that all evening long, but I don't want it to take you by shock, because this is going to be some of the coldest air we've seen this season so far for most of the southeast and even portions of the Central Plains, especially after seeing temperatures and even humid conditions across most of the Gulf Coast states to even parts of the Plains state. This will come as a really shocker for some of you guys if you haven't been paying attention to the weather. And not only that, but you also have the potential of seeing some sleet in some of these areas, especially in central Tennessee, where you just saw rain. Right now, you're experiencing that severe weather moving through your area. But by tomorrow afternoon and into the late evening, you're going to be seeing cold air sleet, and even a snowy mix coming into play for Nashville and portions of central Tennessee, maybe even northern Alabama. Let's say Huntsville, you may see a little bit of sleet in these areas coming into tomorrow afternoon. And so something to keep in mind as well, cold frigid air is moving in behind it, and ahead of it, those storms will continue. So of course, I always like to remind you that tornado safety, I've been wanting to show this, especially for those guys who are under tornado warnings. But here's what to do if you are under a tornado warning, and that is a warning, not watch. So tornado warning, this is what you should do. Avoid windows, doors, and outside walls. Cover yourself with blankets or mattresses for protection, especially if you maybe don't have a basement or don't have a secure interior wall in your home. And the safest place really is to be in the basement. The lowest you can get from the ground is the best place to seek shelter. But of course, I know a lot of you guys, especially out in the Central Plains and even extending into portions of the High Plains, don't have basements. So this is the best case scenario you can do, is head into the most interior room of your house and protect yourself in these regions. This is for when you hear a tornado warning. So a lot to track this evening, especially across portions of the Central Plains where we're still seeing tornado watches in place. We're still tracking a couple of tornado warnings that are coming into play here, and we're waiting to see, at least I am, if we're gonna see an extension of this particular tornado warning that's on that I'm seeing on radar right now. I am seeing a little bit of an indication of velocity on radar, and we can see it here as we play it out throughout the rest of the evening. So it looks like we are seeing a little bit more of that rotation over areas in Columbus, Mississippi. And I'm seeing that here. So they actually did extend a tornado warning within this particular area. And this is for Clay and Loudon counties. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is moving at 45 miles per hour. So that's something we're going to keep watching here. I am seeing indications of rotation continuing for this region. And there's actually another tornado warning on top of this one. And this one goes at least until 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you still got another 25 minutes on this particular warning, and nothing confirmed on the ground just yet, which is the good news, at least in terms of this. But we're still seeing those radar indicated tornado warnings as of right now, and nothing on the ground. Earlier, there was a confirmed tornado in Tennessee. That was about an hour or so ago. But thankfully, looks like as the sun is setting, that's something else I want to point out too. With these particular severe weather possible outbreaks that we've been monitoring over the past couple weeks, one of the factors that we have had to keep in mind is this is abnormal for this time of year. And usually during this time, with the winter solstice happening, there's not as much heat or daylight on the northern hemisphere. So that's this area. So what we've been seeing is, of course, the sunsets are earlier, and we're not seeing the formation as much as we would see in the springtime, where the sun, we're getting longer days or longer daylight within that time period. And here we have shorter daylight. And of course, daytime heating can influence it, but we are seeing a little bit of colder air coming into play with this, as it is ahead of what we initially thought. So this is why we're not seeing as many storms forming over this area. On top of this is January 1st, which typically we don't experience these kinds of conditions. So with the lack of daylight there, and even a little bit of colder air coming in earlier, this is what is inhibiting these storms to form. Although we're still seeing a wide variety of tornado warnings, a little bit of spin, and even severe thunderstorm watches. These are just some of the factors that help inhibit the severe weather in some of these regions, just because the time of year doesn't really support it because of the daylight. And we are seeing a little bit of colder air coming into play here as well. So just a couple of factors to keep in mind, but that doesn't mean you should not take these warnings seriously, as we're still seeing a couple tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. And not only that, but flooding is always a huge issue that some people tend to forget. Just because it's raining a lot doesn't mean it'll happen at your house, but flooding can happen anywhere, especially with these types of storms, where you just see a wide variety of rain stretching from portions of the Midwest to even parts of the Northeast. That's where we're seeing all of that rain. And then right behind it, which I think is incredible, is this frigid cold air with a lot of snow coming into play. We have winter storm warnings that go at least until midnight tonight. So if you're anywhere in the middle central of the country, from Chicago, Illinois to Lincoln, Nebraska, you're still under winter storm warnings. You're still expected to get at least 4 to 7 inches of snowfall. And then other regions we're watching is these wind chill advisories, winter weather advisories. Wind chill advisories remain in effect at least until 11 a.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow morning. So that means you're going to see some frigid cold air. And not only that, because it's going to be so windy, we might see wind chills reach up to 10 degrees below. So that means it's going to feel like 10 below, negative 10 degrees with the wind chill on top of that, just because of that frigid cold air that's coming in. And the plain states usually are influenced a lot by the wind. As those fronts push through, they usually leave behind gusty winds. And especially with this colder air, you will definitely be feeling that over the next coming hours. And not only does this extend into portions of central Oklahoma, parts of the panhandle of Texas, and even portions of New Mexico. This goes into portions of Kansas, Missouri, parts of Illinois, and even parts of the Midwest there. So this is going to be an ongoing issue over the next coming hours. And all of these wind chill advisories and winter weather advisories go until 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. And I heard you, Damien. It looks like we do have Aaron's feedback. I think he's still in Tennessee there. And it looks like we have a little bit of daylight on him right now. Not sure if is that current, Damien? Chasing these storms, he got incredible drone footage of what he saw on a particular tornado-warned storm. Also had a shelf cloud. I thought it was incredible. He used his drone to give us a higher depth perception of what he was seeing on the ground. So that was pretty incredible. And thankfully, none of these storm systems, at least as of right now, I haven't seen any reports of any sort of damage. We may have some minor damage in association with these particular tornado warnings, but a lot of these storm systems are bringing in some gusty winds. And I actually want to check in on what's going on with the power outages layer and seeing. So we have a couple of power outages in and around Alabama and Tennessee, but not anything too significant. Looks like the hardest hit area is just north of Nashville and Macon County outage there. And about 7,000 customers are without power. Not sure if it's due to any of the wind that moved through that area, but I will double check on that. But so far, not anything too significant in terms of power outages. All we're seeing with this is a lot of rain in association, up to 2 to 4 inches of rainfall rates in an hour. I was seeing in some instances with these flood warnings. And right now, actually, so Florence was an area, and Muscle Shoals was an area that saw at least a little bit of brief rotation earlier. And our meteorologist, Matthew Capucci, was on these storms. But now they are seeing a flash flood warning. And because a lot of rain has fell over a short period of time. So this is for Limestone County, Colbert County, Lauderdale County, Lincoln County, and Moore County in Middle Tennessee. And some of these were also in northwestern Alabama. But this goes until 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you still have 2 hours. We were seeing rainfall rates between 1 and 3 inches. And then additional up to 2 inches are possible in the warned areas. So flash flooding is going to be an issue, especially in those rivers and on the roadways. So it's going to be a pretty soggy evening for you guys across portions of Tennessee and Alabama. Something else I want to keep you in mind. But actually right now, Huntsville, Alabama is actually under a severe thunderstorm warning, and they are being warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and this particular storm is moving at 50 miles per hour as we speak. And you're seeing it there on radar, but if we take a tracker out, so I actually want to track this out for you guys who live in these regions. So this is in Huntsville, just north of Huntsville, Alabama. And let's put a tracker on this one. See if we can. And it's moving at, so if you live in this area, we'll have the track out for you guys here in a little bit. Okay, so Damien, if we can pull up, yeah, you have it. So let's track this storm out. So it actually goes to the north of this area. So this is the whole severe warning box. So from Fayette, Tennessee to Hazel Green, Alabama. So we're going to track it out for you guys who live in these regions. So maybe give you a better perspective of when you can see the timing of this. So check it out to the warning polygon. So Flintville, you're going to see it here in a minute. 16 minutes is Still Springs. Huntsville, in about 20 minutes, you'll feel the brunt of this particular storm system. Again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are in association with this particular storm system. And 26 minutes in Princeton, that's when you'll see the warning there in the next coming minutes. So just be aware of this. Of course, hail is a possibility, but this is being mostly warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. And you're seeing that storm moving pretty quickly over our radar here. Just something to keep in mind as well. We still do have a couple of storm systems out that are producing severe thunderstorm warnings. And we're going to keep tracking this for you guys. So we actually have another severe thunderstorm warning that's just to the north of that. And if you take a look at this, this entirety of this radar, a lot of the storm systems are coming together in the form of a line there, and we still are tracking this particular tornado warning that's in portions of Mississippi, now coming into portions of Alabama. So we'll see if they extend this particular warning here into portions of Alabama, as we are seeing it here. So if I turn on, so this is just another way to turn on our velocity mode here. And it looks like this radar isn't really good at picking up the velocity, which is why I like to use the MyRadar app. But we still have that tornado warning over these areas, and then severe thunderstorm warnings over the other areas. So just a lot to track, a lot that we're tracking this evening, and a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings that are coming into play as well. And if we take a look at that wide range of areas, so a couple of them, and actually when I see an indication like this, it just tells me that some severe wind gusts are coming into play here. And Pikeville in Kentucky there, or I should say Tennessee, you're going to see the brunt of this wind coming into play here. And this is actually in eastern Tennessee. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Sequatee County in East Tennessee, Bledsoe County in East Tennessee until 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. This is moving at 50 miles per hour and may produce 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if I stop this so we can time and give you a timer on that. So from this area into portions of Tennessee, into portions of Palmer, we're going to time this particular storm system out, especially because when I see an indication like that, it means there might be a bow echo there, and it means that we may get in on some gusty winds. So Lantana in 4 minutes, Rockwood, Tennessee in 31 minutes, and Dayton, you're just outside of the warning zone, but I wouldn't be surprised if this eventually got extended into your area. And this goes until you still have about another 40 minutes until this particular thing, or I should say this particular storm moves over your area. So definitely a lot to watch, a lot that we're watching this evening. And yeah, it's a pretty active evening, although we're not seeing a widespread range of tornado warnings. Severe thunderstorm warnings should still be taken seriously, as they are capable of producing some pretty gusty winds in the evening. So Damien, let me know when we're good to go on Aaron's JJack's feed. I see you're working on it, and then we'll take his feed live. He looks like he's into some rain right now. Not the best view, as you know, signal is very limited where he is, but he's in the brunt of the storm. He may see some gusty winds as he's out chasing these storms. As like I said, these warnings do tend to have pretty gusty winds in association with them. And so here's the overall general view of the radar. And as you're seeing, our storm chaser, Aaron JJack, is in Tennessee. It may be just a little bit north of Huntsville there, tracking these storms. And again, here's that area that is seeing where the tornado watches are this evening. And you're seeing them from portions of central Alabama to portions of Mississippi. Looks like they did expire a little bit of those tornado watches for portions of western Louisiana and even southern Arkansas. Looks like the storms couldn't get up in time. And this is really the time frame I was watching, because our earlier models were showing individual cells that could possibly form within northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas. So it looks like they are expiring. The conditions just weren't there for them to form, which is always some good news, especially in those areas. But we're still seeing those tornado watches in effect for areas like Monroe, Louisiana, and just that southeastern corner of Arkansas that extends into portions of Mississippi. They also expired some of those tornado watches for portions of northern Mississippi, and then these watches continue into portions of eastern Tennessee and northern Alabama. Okay, so we're going to check in on what Aaron is doing. Nothing too significant, at least right now on radar. Just heed those flood warnings as well. Those are always important. But we'll take it to Aaron. Looks like he's in some rain right now, driving across Tennessee. Not seeing very much lightning, though, but a lot of rain. And this is something that you always have to watch out for, especially for that localized flooding threat. But we'll leave it with Aaron. And, of course, we'll jump back in if you need more updates.
Thanks for You guys, supporting the channel.
YouTube algorithm.
Hey, all, meteorologist Erica Lopez. So we're about to end this stream right now. Looks like Aaron is taking a little bit of a break, but of course, if we do see any more significant weather, we will jump back on this live stream. But I just want to give you a quick update on what's going on so far this evening. We're still seeing a couple of tornado warnings as we speak right now. And there's actually one coming into northern portions of Alabama. So this tornado warning is for southeastern Lamar County and west central Alabama until 7 p.m. this evening. So we still got another 20 minutes on this particular warning. Nothing confirmed, but of course there is an indication of velocity within this storm system. So I'm actually going to turn on this particular one on now, and it looks like it might have a little bit of an hook echo there. I am seeing some broad rotation with this particular system. This is what I'm actually going to be watching here within the next couple of minutes there, but I am seeing that broad area of rotation pretty tight showing up on radar. So this is definitely one to watch, and we're going to have to see if they confirm any sort of tornado with this. There are indications that it is rotating pretty tightly. And I want to take a look at what's going on in correlation coefficient. Not really seeing any indication of a debris ball signature, but composite reflectivity is showing me it's getting its act together. And again, this particular tornado warning until 7 o'clock p.m. And this is for Lamar County in west central Alabama and cities within this. It looks like there's not any major cities within this particular warning, but Belk just to the south east of this particular warning right now. So just something to keep in mind as well. We'll keep you updated with this particular storm system. But again, this actually has a population of about 628 people within this warning. So if you're anywhere in maybe Crossville, Alabama, that's really the biggest city that's within this tornado warning, has indications of tight rotation within it. Just heed those warnings. Again, a tornado warning until 7 p.m. for Crossville City, or I should say Crossville in Alabama. Our next warning I want to talk about is just to the north of Huntsville here, and this is a newly issued tornado warning that goes until 7 o'clock p.m. This evening, and of course nothing confirmed on radar there. It is radar indicated, so that means it is rotating, but there is no official report of a tornado on the ground as we speak. But let's take a look at what's going on with the velocity layer here, because I do want to see if we see any sort of indication of rotation there. So I'm not really seeing any tight couplet like what we're seeing with the other one, but I am seeing a little bit of indication there just to the west of Huntland there. And again, this is in Tennessee, just north of Huntsville, and this is a tornado warning, and this goes until 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time for southern Franklin County, moving at 50 miles per hour. And this storm could be near Cowan around 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. So just something to keep in mind, especially if you live in these areas. A tornado warning has been issued for this area. And about 3,000 people are in this tornado warning box zone. And Cowan is actually just a little bit outside on the edge of this warning box. So this is why we're watching these areas pretty closely over the next coming hours. Damaging winds is also a pretty large risk with these particular storm systems, and we're going to continue to track these for you all night long. For right now, we're going to end the stream, but of course, if things start to get out of hand, especially in terms of severe weather, we'll jump back on and we'll see where Aaron is at the current moment. Right now, he's taking a little bit of a dinner break, and then we'll get you back on those warnings. But again, I just want to give you a quick update. Just north of Huntsville, you're still seeing a severe thunderstorm warning in effect with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and it's moving at 45. So just another last quick update on what we're going to see in terms of the forecast, where we're still seeing some potentially tornado watches in place right now. So if we take a look at what's going on the WSI graphics there, Damien, I want to show the tornado watches in particular, because we still have a couple that are issued. And these particularly for areas in Alabama there. And I'll move this little area so you can get a better picture of these regions that are going to see this tornado watch at least until later on this evening. So all of these pretty much are expired after 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you live within these areas, and I'll actually go ahead and start to delete these cities that aren't in any sort of tornado watch right now. And of course, tornado watch means conditions are favorable for the formation of tornado, but doesn't mean it's happening at the current moment. And they did issue a tornado watch recently for the central portion of Alabama there. That does include Birmingham. So just something to keep in mind as well. These are the areas we're watching for tornado watches. Of course, nothing imminent on the ground with a couple of tornado warnings that I was talking about earlier. But let's take a look at that forecast heading into the next couple hours. A lot of you wondering what's going to happen for this Saturday night. So really the central portion of Tennessee extending all the way into portions of northern Louisiana, you're going to feel the brunt of the rain. And really this is going to continue for the rest of the evening. You're seeing some isolated storms showing up here on the Futurecast radar, maybe just south of Huntsville, Alabama. These do have the capability of spinning, producing some sort of tornado within these. So just something to watch out for, especially in these regions. But let's say you live in portions of northern Georgia, maybe the metro Atlanta and Birmingham area. This storm system comes over your area in the overnight hours, especially if you live in Birmingham, Alabama, and Atlanta, Georgia. This is really the time frame you need to be paying attention. A couple of these could be strong, and we could see some embedded rotation within this line of storms. And with the line of storms comes those gusty winds. So just something to keep in mind. Have those alerts turned on your phone, especially for the overnight hours, because this will continue. The brunt of the storm will get into metro Atlanta as early as 5:30 tomorrow morning. That's overnight. In the morning, you may hear some rumbles of thunder. Be on alert too, because some of these may have some spin within them. And then as we get into the early morning, the storm system seems to be weakening just a little bit. A lot of rain coming into portions of North Carolina as well as we get into the 11 o'clock hour. But take a look at what happens as we get more of that daytime heating. There are indications that we may get some strong storms embedded, especially in South Georgia and in the Florida Panhandle. These regions have actually been pretty moist over the past couple days, and the ingredients really that you need is moisture, wind shear, and really those warm temperatures to get some sort of tornado formation within these. So they do have the possibility of some spin. The SPC is highlighting this area with a marginal risk of severe weather for tomorrow. And that's something to keep in mind, especially if you do live in the Panama City area or maybe in the Florida Panhandle on vacation. And that extends into portions of the coastal areas of North Carolina, South Carolina, and even Georgia. So this activity keeps going at least until the early evening hours. And you can see it becoming a little bit more robust in nature as we get into 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Later on tomorrow evening and afternoon. So yes, although today we're seeing a lot of the severe weather in central Tennessee, this continues and expands into the eastern portion all the way to the Atlantic coast, really, for southern Georgia, Florida, and even portions of the Carolinas. So just something to keep in mind. This activity will continue, and right behind it is that cold air that's going to bring in a mixture of sleet and snow, especially for central Tennessee. Today, you're seeing a lot of rain, potentially flooding. Tomorrow, this all turns into snow and sleet, and pretty much all the roadways will be pretty hazardous with the traveling, especially with those saturated grounds, that colder air coming in. Just something to keep in mind for your day on Sunday. And this cold air looks like it will stick around for the next coming days and maybe in a week or so, where we're going to see some more of this cold air potential. So just a quick little update. And before we go, I want to show you what's going on My Radar app really quickly, just to give you a giant perspective of the two sides of this front that we're seeing. We're seeing the rain, the severe weather on the front of the cold front. Right behind it, we may see 4 to 7 inches of snowfall possible from Chicago, Illinois to Lincoln, Nebraska. That's where we're seeing a winter storm warning. And then in that purple shaded area, this is where we're seeing winter weather advisories until at least 11 p.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow. And wind chill advisories. Dangerous wind chills are possible up to at least below 10 degrees. It'll feel like below 10 degrees because as that wind comes in, it'll leave behind some of that colder air. And I'm also seeing right now a couple of snow flurries coming into portions of the panhandle of Texas, from Lubbock to even portions, maybe Oklahoma City. You may see some snow flurries heading into the rest of the evening. So after all of that warm, humid air, it's pretty much squeegeed out of the northern plains and southeast. right behind it is that cold, dry, frigid air. So don't let it take you by shock. The weather will change pretty rapidly as this front gets out of the U.S. and brings in all of that cold air. And this will be the story highlighting into next week. So this is how we're kicking off the first day of the new year of 2020 with severe weather across the Central Plains, cold, frigid air, winter-like conditions finally coming into a lot of the country, especially the eastern half of the country later on this week. And of course, we'll jump back on the stream if there are any imminent tornado warnings, and we'll check back in with what our storm chaser Aaron Jack is doing on the ground. But for now, we'll leave you here. And of course, if you have any questions, send them to us on all of our social media pages. I'll try my best to answer them all. And I hope you all are staying safe out there, especially in central Tennessee and into the rest of the Southeast. Just be alert on that severe weather threat. We'll see you back here.